Hello. How's it going, everyone? It's me, Zimzilla99, and this is somewhat of an impromptu stream as I try to get more people onto the stream, but sadly, time schedules, you know how it is, yada yada. But I was able to get three of us, two guests on, and I'm also gonna be sending the link out to other people if they are interested in joining the stream. And I will start with our first guest. Dakota or Takaiju, introduce yourself. Say hello.
Hello, I'm Dakota or Takaiju. I make art.
You do's the arts.
I make art, and
And
it's fun.
fun fact, you could tell this to your mom. This wonderful gentleman here is actually the artist behind the Zogra picture you see in all the Zimcasts. So that picture you
Yes.
see is because of this wonderful gentleman right here and his amazing art skills. So give him the monies.
You get me money. But yeah, it's fun to be here. I'm happy to talk about Godzilla.
And I'm happy to have him on for the first time. As out of all the guests I have not had on, he's probably one of the ones that I was really hoping to get on for a stream like this because it has to do with art and design and creation. But
Yes, I love
um,
character design.
something I can always go on for hours and hours on.
Yeah.
But outside of Takaiju, I also got in the one guy who is interested in having the stream be a thing. Hopefully, he unmutes when I bring him on. It is the G98 Defender. How's it going, my man?
It's going good. Glad to be back.
I'm glad to be back indeed. I think you would technically be the most reoccurring guest on these streams now, because I think you've been on so many at this point. I think probably Gojin's probably the only other person that's had as many times on here as you have. But you're probably going to extend to become the one person who ends up on these streams more than anyone else. So, congratulations.
Thanks. I hope I'm a pleasant guest.
No, you definitely do a good job, indeed, of just bringing a lively amount of energy to these streams. But the reason I brought you two gentlemen here is, of course, Godzilla and sort of what goes into a Godzilla design. So I think because Takaiju is the person who's not been on these streams before, I just want to have you be the first person to talk about when it comes to your philosophy behind what makes a good or a bad Godzilla design.
Yeah. Okay. So I think when it comes to uh, any design, for that matter, I think it's really all about clarity, and I think the best Godzilla designs are the ones that are like clear in what they're trying to conceive, and most are most are like you look at their silhouette and it's Godzilla, but there are others that are either a bit sloppy or just maybe a bit too complex or different. Like some may argue, G98.
I wonder who that could be.
Yeah. But when it comes to a good Godzilla design, I also think that context is also very important, um, based on like what the film is trying to say or do. Like GMK, for example, fantastic design, but I don't think it would work in another movie, like a Showa movie or something, just because that design is very ghostly and demonic, and it just it serves as an evil Godzilla, and I don't think that Godzilla would be good saving cities. Um, but
I'm curious,
yeah.
what Godzilla design would you consider to be too complex in your opinion?
Too complex. Okay. I mean, I might have said that, but I don't think there really is a super complex Godzilla design. But I will say that maybe there's some designs that get a bit I don't know, like
I guess maybe
messy.
complex maybe might not be the right word, maybe just messy or like just
Yeah,
unfocused.
Yeah, messy, like, or unfocused. Because most Godzilla designs are like fine. I think it comes down to sometimes proportions or I don't know, or even like the use of detail that they use in some of like shit like you can have like because most Godzilla movies are in live action, you can have like a heavy amount of detail, um, but for stuff like art, it sometimes get that his scales and stuff get to be an issue. But there's not really that many Godzilla designs that fall into the complex category. So
Hmm.
I think I was thinking when I said that something like anime Mechagodzilla, where it's
Yeah.
complex to on the like there's just shit popping off everywhere, and you can't tell like what is going on with the design. That's where your design's kind of failed. Like,
Can I
no,
propose one that I think is messy or too
Actually,
complicated?
I'd
yeah,
be very yeah.
I think the ride Godzilla is a little too messy with
Hmm.
some of its
ooh,
proportions.
Explain your reasoning behind that. I'm actually gonna go get a picture so that while we do this, we all have both us and the audience have a sort of visual understanding of where we're coming from with these designs.
When
So
it when it comes to like the ride Godzilla, I think the dorsal plates are a little too really proportioned, along with some of the aspects of the arms and legs.
I can
That's
definitely
my
see
main
that.
deal.
Yeah. I would also say too, the one thing that the ride Godzilla benefits from is just sort of the angles it's portrayed in when it comes to like on and during the ride itself, or like in certain poses, it looks really nice, but then others, he definitely does have really just wonky proportions to him. And I actually perfect because they the X Plus figure had come in, so that is actually the perfect one to show off. So can
I
we all see
am
these right here?
yeah.
Okay. So I'll start.
Um,
I would say a good example here is, can everyone see my mouse too as I kind of swirl
yeah.
around it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely when you see it here, he has a really small head. Then he has that really large dorsal plate, and then it also has it's very noticeable, especially here from this look.
Mhm.
But the one thing I will say is that most Godzilla designs that I would say I think really do a good job with their looks is that they'll have a very high point with a spine, and then it kind of drops down. So essentially, whenever if you're drawing it, it should essentially be like having a giant triangle in his back, and
Mm-hmm.
the top peak of that triangle should be where the largest spine should be, and then every other spine should follow that flow all the way down to the tail, which the ride design accomplishes. However, I would say that an unevenness does come with having a very small head. But when you see it in shots like this,
Mm-hmm.
it's not always a big issue. But yeah, when it comes to poses like this, it does become very noticeable. Because I would say even the figure or the Bandai figure, which I have, doesn't suffer from this problem as much, but it definitely does. It definitely, you can notice that he has a really long neck and a really large spine, more than say something like the Heisei design.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say this design is necessarily complex. I think it's actually pretty clear.
Mm-hmm.
But I think more so, I think I kind of mix up proportions and complex. So sorry. But the proportions are definitely my bias aside because I actually really like this design.
Oh no, I love it
The,
too.
the proportions, I feel like could definitely be adjusted. Like that middle spine is pretty big. That's actually an issue I sort of have with the poster 84 design.
Oh, the
There's
poster 84.
yeah, there's some like figures of it like by Sakai or something.
Yeah.
Um, I think that design is like almost perfect, but it's just the placement of where they put the spines that bothers me. Um,
Right.
like yeah, it's like I just feel like they're like a little too high on his upper back,
Mm-hmm.
and um, just a little like
I would always say that personally, when it comes to actually, It's also very red too, so you can barely see it. But yeah, that biggest spine is kind of there. But he's also lurching back a bit too. So if he was forward more, it might.
I would just shift them a little down. That's
shift them
really
down.
it.
Oh, so like when you like designs, you kind of like them more when the largest spine is towards more like the center of the body, or towards like his like torso and legs.
Yeah. It just there was one picture of, I don't know. It was like there's like some spines also just on his neck that I feel like if he like bent his neck upward, it would
like right
kind of
here.
Oh wait, there's the picture. Third row, first picture of
this one or this one.
No. It's let's it's the row below the 2014 Godzilla.
The image. Row before the 2014. This one. Or this one?
No.
This one?
Oh, down. Keep going left. Keep going left.
Oh, keep going left?
Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah, that picture. So, oh, not 84, but like the picture right.
Oh, that one.
No, the figure, like.
Oh, the figure.
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, this one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So like,
you can get a better shot of it too.
Yeah, so I think this design is really cool.
Ooh, right here, perfect.
It's just that that I just would like move those plates a bit down, just because I feel like they're just odd. Those sitting on his neck just look a bit awkward to me.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I also just noticed with this design in comparison to like the actual version we get in the movie is the fact that his face also looks a lot more like 54 by comparison. Yeah. So it's almost like 54 with a different set of plates.
I would have chose this design over 84.
It's ironically enough, I'm super attached to the 84 suit. So
I really like 84 too.
Like, it's interesting that you mentioned that bring the plates down lower, because the highest point of his spines is towards like his back, toward closer to his feet rather than up here. Which is interesting because with the later Heisei designs, let me bring up the later Heisei designs.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say that with the later Heisei designs, the spines do get closer to being more closer to the top of his body. Like even right here, because the original spine for 84, the highest spine was about here on his body. Well, now with the later Heisei looks, it's always up here. And then sometimes they kind of have a more even look distribution here, where there isn't really one that's the biggest out of this set here, and it almost looks kind of like a hump in a way.
Yeah, this aspect of the Heisei design I really do not like. I don't like how most of the Heisei designs have his spines, like they have the outer spines be the exact same size as the center spines.
Mm-hmm.
I just really don't like that. It looks too like symmetrical and even. I think it looks better when the center spines are the largest and the outer spines are smaller. It just, I don't know. It just kind of looks boring.
And it's interesting because with some of the earlier Heisei designs, like the Bio Goji design, you see that it does the center spines are noticeably larger, but also the spine placement is different from how it is with 84.
Oh yeah, totally. It's interesting.
I would also say that in a way, when the spine is closer up towards the back of his, like behind his arms rather than kind of near his waist, the chest also looks larger too. And it just gives them more definition in a way, so that he doesn't feel as sort of like bottom heavy in a way.
Yeah.
Because it does give him a very, very just kind of chunky look to him when the spines are all the same size.
Yeah. But
with Vic, my man, what would be your idea of like a Godzilla? Your more accurately, your thoughts on a Godzilla design? And nope, I think he's still muted. Probably dog in the background.
I relate.
Oh, and I think he also said he'd be back too. But in the meantime, though, actually, what is a design, I would say, to Kaiju that you think is overall you don't necessarily like it, but you think it's a like well-made design.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That's a tough one since there's so many Godzilla designs. I guess I would consider Heisei one of them. Or there's like multiple Heisei suits, but I'm just gonna group them all together.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
am very I know I've said like that. I Heisei is not my favorite like suit look.
Isn't
I don't
also
know.
like Gido Gochi also like your least favorite suit out of all those?
I hate 91 so much. It's so disgusting looking.
I have it right up here. Actually, curiously enough, give to the audience why, even just like from this picture right here.
Yeah, okay. So the thing it's the proportions for this. Like it's just out of whack. Unlike with 89, which like you could see in the design the proportions are more even, I guess. But this it's just the chest is like blown out. So it's really like I prefer like the later Heisei designs with the bigger like hips and stuff over this giant chest because it just looks like breast, honestly.
Yeah, you can see that it. Yeah, his chest does kind of flare out a little bit between these two designs here.
It just looks really goofy, and the fact that like I think they reused the 89 suit, and it just looks like it's melting almost. Like everyone likes to say it's muscular, and that's probably what they were going for, but it just doesn't work. It just looks ugly. Um, and I will say though that Sakai, when he fixes up the designs like in his kits and like X Plus figures, it looks good. Like that's what I feel like it should look like, but it just doesn't in the movie. It's just that overall that giant chest is just very distracting. It looks.
Another thing I also noticed is that, like, if you look at his legs here on this Heisei suit, they look like they have a little bit more uniformity around the legs versus this right here, where you look a little bit more just really chonky.
Yeah, they're definitely more clear in the later suits. Like you can see the definition in the like muscles. Here it just looks like a blob, and it's just a bit. It's messy. I will say for the Ride Godzilla, I think they achieved the more like buff look better than the 91 suit. Personally.
I kind of don't like that buff look.
I think also another thing that's interesting is, even though this is the figure here, he does also like he has kind of big hands too, I noticed. So like his arms are muscular, and then you see like the upper arm here, lower arm here, bicep, and then he has really large hands, and that sort of complements his chest being kind of flayed out like this. So it has a very human kind of aspect to it. I would say the best case of seeing it is right here too, where you really do see the muscle definition.
Yeah.
I would also, another thing that's interesting to note is I'm not sure if this was because they wanted to have like, if there should be a bone here, but it almost looks like there is a pectoral here, and then a third pectoral right here in the center.
Yeah,
where I think it should just be like even here is another good example. Like it almost looks like maybe there should be like gastralia there, but it does look kind of weird when you think about it, especially when it's more noticeable in like right here on this model.
Yeah.
And even more so when it's kind of absent in it's still noticeable because you can still see that definition there, but also with the framing of the shoulders are a lot more sloped and they flay out less with here.
Yeah.
And then even more so with some, I would say that's one thing is they always play around with like how much the shoulders kind of come out and look more human versus kind of how the neck kind of goes into it too. Which it's interesting because you'll see those tiny differences between all the Heisei designs. But since Vic, you did come back, what is your thoughts on like what makes a good Godzilla design?
Well, when it comes to like what makes a good Godzilla design, I guess it's like sort of staying within the tropes, but you could always take creative liberties with it. Because of course for me like it'd be like 98. I think it still has some like aspects of like the tropes that you see in Godzilla's, because like it still has like the dorsal plates and that dinosaurian posturing, even if it's like recontextualized. And like I think Taikaiju said that like depending on like the story, like with this one takes more influence from like nature. I think that like really helps this design. I do agree that this is like one of the farther ends of like the spectrum of like what you can do with Godzilla, but like I still think it's like maybe a threshold, but like
I
it's
just want to
there.
say I love this design. I think it's uh, an awesome design in and of itself. I also I think it's a pretty good Godzilla design too. But in and of itself, I think it's an awesome design. Um, there's a lot of thought into it, which I really appreciate. Um, but yeah, I'm always torn between like the argument of like, okay, is this like a good Godzilla design? Like I lean more towards yes. I think it is. I just think it was very shocking for people at the time. Um, but like I understand the critiques. I feel like if you were to show this design to someone on the street, like who's not a fan, people would say it's Godzilla, and they wouldn't like bat an eye. Or like even if 98 never came out and you just showed someone this, I feel like they would probably still say Godzilla. Or even if 98 wasn't a Godzilla movie and was labeled something else, I feel like people would call it a Godzilla ripoff. personally, personally, but
I can definitely agree with the it's a Godzilla ripoff if in that sense if it wasn't made as a Godzilla movie, because I think it just teeters right on that line. However, I say this with the knowledge that I know it is from a Godzilla movie, so
yeah,
therefore I think that also might be my bias showing. But I can also say that when you are the one Godzilla fan in your group of friends, and then they always and they'll ask you things like, "Oh, is this Godzilla? Is that Godzilla?" It's always been a very much of a toss up, with some people being like, "Oh, that's not Godzilla," or like, "Yeah, that's the really weird Godzilla that wasn't really Godzilla." Just from experience, though.
it's
But
really hard. It's really hard because like the only way to know like how people would react is to go back in time
the
and like
exact
see what they
well,
think.
that's why I'm definitely trying to like hunt down forum posts and stuff from the era, just so people like I know what people were feeling like primarily about it at the time. And
Yeah,
from what we do know in hindsight, definitely that was something where like a lot of people were not happy with the design. But I've always said this, that there's definitely aspects of it that are similar to Godzilla. Um, but I just think that it's just that one point where it strays a little too far away, in my opinion. But when it comes to me, I think that when it comes to a Godzilla design, I'm going to use the shot of Ultima here primarily. I think there's a level of anachronism that needs to be in place for Godzilla, because as a dinosaur-like monster, not necessarily having to be a dinosaur, but just taking on the reptile stance and just sort of appearance, a level of anachronistic detail should be in place. So a lot of scales, the posture should at most be hunched over, similar to that of Charles R. Knight's paintings of theropods. So like not standing straight up like a human, but hunched over, so like the neck can have that like S-shaped look to it. The body isn't completely perpendicular to the ground, but just kind of slopes in, obviously with a dragging tail. And I think that one design recently that just does all that super, super well for me is with Ultima, because we see that stance that's a little bit closer to what I'm talking about, with a very standard skin color. The arms are very much like Godzilla, four fingers, but they also kind of pronate in to similar to an older depictions of dinosaurs. And although we only really saw this with 98, we do see digitigrade legs, but because it's complemented by the rest of this body, it works really well, and it gives a level of realism, even though the origins behind this Godzilla isn't necessarily naturalistic, but it just lends to a very beautiful design. And I think this isn't something we've talked about a lot, but I'll start the conversation here, and that is contrast with the skin and the spines. So with Ultima specifically, we see a bone white with these very red veiny looks to them, and that's not something we've seen a lot with Godzillas, but we have seen Godzillas with spines that have a light outer layer with all the maple leaf points having this light color, and then darker centers, usually oftentimes the same color as the skin, where we see with the Heisei designs and with the Millennium designs as well. But we see a third color being introduced here with the red on Ultima versus his dark charcoal gray, and then his, I would say, Timberwolf white or silverish kind of colored spines, which I very much like. But since you did say yes to kaiju, what are your thoughts when it comes to like colors with these spines versus the skin?
Yeah, okay. So I really missed the white spines from because the recent designs, Shin, Earth, and 2014 Legendary, whatever, they all had like skin colored spines, and it just makes what's the word? It's cool to have color variety in Godzilla a lot, and I think the spines in past designs really helped with that, because he's not just one color. I would also say in 2014, something that was cool that I did add to Godzilla's design was the brown underbelly. I think that was really cool.
That it's almost interesting because we never usually see Godzillas have lighter underbelly. So in a way, it seems like the colors were flipped in the sense where the different color was added to the stomach rather than the spines.
Yeah, and I would say that like all the designs that have this work, they made it work. I just missed it because I think it looks so much. It looks more interesting in my opinion.
Yeah,
Shin Godzilla kind of like had a way around it by having his spines be red, like kind of like Ultima, but they glow a bit, so it's there's some color in there, but it's still like the outer side of it is it's still that skin color.
Yeah.
So Ultima, when I saw the white spines, I was really happy to see it back, because I think we should just bring that back, or even the ride design. It kind of, if you look closely, it has a slight difference in color on his dorsal spines, and I think they should, if they're not going to go with the complete white, I think they should at least separate the value a little bit.
Yeah, the value is definitely different. It almost looks kind of like a swampy light brown rather than like almost green he has.
Yeah, I think that's better than just having it the skin color. It just gives Godzilla a bit more life and color instead of just mono. Like,
because even this right here with the Heisei, that's one thing the Heisei design does really well, is having this kind of bony color versus his darker skin, and we see that with the skin being directly the same color in the middle of the spines for the body. Because I think in a way can make it seem as though like the spines are completely not a part of him. I know this is fan made, but like there's such a distinction between the colors on Ultima with the white with the black, where it almost does kind of feel like they are in some ways glued onto him, but in another way it does provide good contrast. But that's always the balance that needs to be made with the spine color.
Yeah.
What would you say for 98 colors? Because that's what I appreciate about the design.
Can we see the design? It's sometimes hard to see the actual colors in the movie, but like
in the movie, you do see them, but it's always more noticeable on the spine, like in like art. Because
it would depend on the lighting, honestly.
Because like right here, they look really, really blue.
Yeah.
And that's a bad image. I'm not sure why.
I would say look at pictures of the suit and the maquette.
Yeah, because I mean, like
really well.
Let's see if I can get that's one shot of the suit right there.
Which
you can see the no, that's the animatronic. Sorry. Actually, this is a better shot right here. You do see that's like a very like dark blue.
That's really cool that they're blue, honestly.
It's very much more noticeable on the animatronic and the suit especially, which is one thing I will say I like about the design, is it's a color you don't see, and it
kind of has that
very much
effect.
Very much like 2000. Almost gives them very much. They look kind of like like whenever like rocks are by the water, like the ocean, and they're splashing against it, and
Yeah.
therefore when they
Actually,
get wet, they have this very glossy look to them. They almost look like those kind of.
yeah, I actually have the same feeling, but with 2014 design, I think his spines look like jagged, like sea rocks, honestly. And
They
I think
do,
that
yeah.
is like the coolest part of his spines.
That's one thing both American designs do well, is that the color choice is very naturalistic, and it gives the impression that both of them do live in the water to some extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Tapas was inspired by the colors of like iguanas, like Selfin dragons, I think. A type of iguana. But if you look at pictures of like the maquette, there are some instances where you can see it in the movie. Like depending on the lighting that's hitting him, it'll give off a sort of shine that's almost purple-like.
It's almost interesting here because it's probably because of the blue background, but his skin color also looks very different too.
The bottom left picture, with I think
this one,
the guy who did the special effects. More down.
This one.
No, he's posed under that one.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that one. That's a good one.
It looks very different here, and I hope I still kept one of the, because even looking at this is probably one of the good shots where you actually do see it.
Yeah, I wish you could see his color more in the movie, because sometimes he just looks gray, like in that picture, and he's not. He's like
that was definitely an intention by the artists in the film. Like depending on the lighting, he'll look different.
Was that ever like a purpose to be carried over from like the chameleon color changing thing? Or was that just it was?
Yeah, it was like a carryover, because like in some interviews and on the commentary, they mentioned how they wanted his skin to blend in with the buildings for that one scene where for the second trap.
Yeah,
like you can see kind of like appears out of the buildings and it blends in well.
Because that is interesting, because you see even with the animatronic versus this maquette here, there's a whole lot more blue that gets added. But another thing that's interesting is and I would say this is one thing I will say I like about the 98 design more than other designs, and it's eye color.
Oh yeah, I love 98's eyes. That is like one of my favorite aspects of the design.
Yeah, orange just has a good contrast with like darker colors like blacks and blues and even like browns. So it just pops perfectly, especially in the night. I don't think necessarily it was done the best in 98, because I would say in close-up shots you see his eyes, but like in other shots they don't really have that same kind of glow. Like even for example here,
it looks better practically.
Like it looks better practically, yeah.
Because I really love that glow. It looks very
even like here is a good shot with the CG where it gets
a creature of fire, like the Topolis said. That's his intention with it.
Where was another?
It's like very intelligent, and you could just like the glowing is in his eyes make him feel more mysterious, and I really like it. I think that is very underappreciated in 98's design.
And I think another thing is that also the eyes were just a big part of the marketing too, because you saw it all the time on the like DVDs. Even here, I would say this one shot kind of undersells the eye in the sense where it doesn't have the same kind of glow that.
I wish they used the promo render for that one. Do you remember the promo?
Yeah,
that one was even pretty good CGI, better than what we saw in that scene.
Even this, I always preferred the original the original cover to this cover, but it would have been nice in certain shots where we got to see his eyes from afar, just have like eye shine where it's just that pure orange. And even I would say in the series they do this a lot better, especially.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is, and another thing that's interesting is that like technically these are all purples too, except for the spines, of course. Which is interesting because people would think that these are just grays and browns. They're purples.
Can I talk about that for a second? So one thing I noticed with a lot of like Godzilla fan designs is that they always they want to make Godzilla charcoal black, but they'll always use like grays and stuff to like emphasize that. But the series is a great example. I think it is better to use a very desaturated kind of color to convey that dark look for Godzilla, because it adds a bit more life to it and doesn't make the design look so bland.
Yeah.
And the series does that wonderfully. Um,
Mhm.
Even I would say uh, the anime trilogy Godzilla, like I know he's green, but like they give him a color instead of just gray.
What's
um,
interesting with the anime Godzilla is the fact that in most cases he doesn't look like green. He almost has like, I would say like teal would be
yeah,
a better color I'd use to describe him. Even though I think probably it is a shade of blue. Um, with how he looks, and all these images are terrible. 4K. I guess we use the DeviantArt logo here, but and the other issue is that hopefully can I? There we go. Actually, that's good. Perfect. The issue is that also look at the sky and then look at the trees and then look at him. I mean,
yeah,
we understand that he is he's a plant, but with the sky having the same kind of shade as him, it doesn't sell the design as and the color as good as it could if they were using something more like this, where the sky has a more natural looking color and we see it reflect off not only his texture so we can see like the barky look to him, but also his skin color.
yeah. There's some
It-
shots that do that, but the first movie is very like green.
yeah.
It's very green until like the end. Um, there's like I know in the third film you get to see it kind
Yeah,
of.
like we see it here, and that's
I love
one of
that
the
shot.
better things right here with a shot where we can really see the detail.
Yeah. I will admit, like the style that the anime trilogy went with isn't my favorite, but I can't deny that I think the cell shading, I guess, kind of
I
looks
think it's
cool
cel shading. Yeah.
sometimes, especially on Godzilla. Like I just think it looks,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it looks cool. Um,
Yeah, it does have a nice look to it.
but yeah, even Ultima's pretty gray, but like there's you got that red on his color. I don't know. Well, even not just Godzilla, there are other kaiju that actually are pretty brightly colored. They're not bright, but like they have color to them, so they're not just like a mono uh, color. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Godzilla works. Like I would mainly say that for it helps with most designs, but I think for drawings and like 2D designs, making Godzilla just a plain gray or like a dark gray just it it kind of looks boring. I just add a little bit of color in there to spice it up
Yeah.
a bit. Um, yeah, even Hanna Barbera did it. They made him green.
Actually, yeah, I'm curious. What are both of your thoughts on Green Godzillas?
I think they're cool.
I like it. I like it for the '94 design.
Yeah, the 94 design does do a good job of I think that this is just gonna sound weird, but because for so long America, like even with the original King of the Monsters posters, had a green Godzilla, that just having Godzilla, like American Godzilla designs be green just fits.
I think it
This
looks
may
really
just be
cool
coming from
sometimes.
like precedent bias, but I just think that like that idea just fits for some reason.
Yeah,
Mm.
2000s looks cool green.
It's interesting because 2000, like the original 2000 design, in most shots you wouldn't really necessarily think he's green. Like you think it'd be the same color because it's so dark in a lot of his movies, but it's the Megaguirus suit where you really see the green
Yeah.
really pop.
Hmm.
Yeah, they really like upped the saturation on it for that movie, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, very much. And I think it may not even just be saturation. I think it just might be because they shot in daytime more because a lot of
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
see
yeah,
the suit is just in night
Mm.
and also in like a very dim morning for some of the other shots.
yeah.
And real quick, I know a lot of people in the chat had a few things to say. I just want to scroll back up. Never a fan of how the sleeves and waist buckle and wrinkles a lot. It gives away that this is a suit, not a rated creature. That's in response to the Gito Goji design.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is kind of well, it's very apparent on 91. Sorry, 91 fans. But with most Godzilla designs, that's kind of just the issue with Suit Nation. uh, yeah, that's just kind of sometimes it's not noticeable in Suit Nation, but it's just kind of something that happens.
Yeah.
My favorite Heisei has to be the 95 one for Mecha 2.
That'd be not 95. That'd be
Oh, wait, 93, sorry.
yeah.
Right?
That'd be 93. Yeah.
I
For
like
Mechagodzilla 2,
93.
yeah.
I like 93, but 92 is my favorite personally. 92 is my favorite.
I also really like the dorsal plates. Like, I think after 93 forward, but 93 specifically, I like the dorsal plates on that one.
Like I'm gonna be the odd one out. I love 84. Just with head especially. Actually, that's a good segue.
I actually really like 84 as well.
Do you all
Top
want
them.
like a more mammalian head or more reptilian?
Oh, mammalian all the way. I think.
For me, it depends on the context. For something like Monsterverse or 98, a reptilian head. But if we're going for something like honestly, I think it depends on the skin too.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the skin of like classic Godzilla, with the the scarring, I think it fits better with the more mammalian head. This is actually what we were talking about, or I wanted to talk to you about for like 94 versus like Heritage Godzilla.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I was just about to bring up Heritage Godzilla after you.
Since you did Reggie, go straight into Heritage Godzilla while I bring up an image for the audience. Ew. Actually, ooh, those are two really good shots. We'll use that and that. There we go. X out those. Share.
I'm gonna look up my Godzilla tier list to make sure.
There we go. We can start on the head too, because the head, that's gonna be an easy one right here.
Yeah, my basic thing was like if the Heritage snout was on 94, I'd like 94 a lot better. Because I like the more reptilian direction when it comes to like, I guess his skin. I guess that's something we can talk about too. His skin, Godzilla skin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when it comes to the to Godzilla's skin, obviously context is always going to be important. But if regardless of context, what I would prefer, I prefer either keloid scar looking skin or less big noticeable crocodilian like scales like this, and more very smooth pebbly like skin, but when you get close to it you can really see like all the individual scales, and that's that's my personal opinion too, because like it gives it a very jagged look. But because Godzilla, everyone always compares Godzilla either to like a lizard or a giant crocodile, giving him very noticeable crocodilian features can always just kind of take me out of it. But if there's one thing that this design does well, I wish this picture was larger.
There's a render
actually
like down
right here. So an interesting thing is that he has the snout's very crocodilian late, but this is probably actually intended. The ears, even if these aren't ears, this scale right here very much looks like ears. And
wait, I thought those are ears.
I've heard conflicting things about them, but if they are ears, then yeah, it's nice that they do keep the ears. Because
I do like the ears.
Godzilla designs are better when they have ears. Don't argue with.
I kind of prefer earless Godzillas. I don't mind like ears on a Godzilla, but I prefer earless just for that more reptilian aspect.
Hey, yo, I'll take my Godzilla earless.
So for me, when it comes to like Godzilla, in regards to the face, I personally really love the mammalian kind of features in Godzilla, because overall, I think that just makes him look more unique and more monstrous, and makes him look like his own thing instead of just a reptile. Because it just those features, like there's things about Godzilla that make him familiar. Like he looks very reptilian, he looks very dinosaur-like. But then there's other features that you look at his face and you're like, not really. He's not really that. He's not really either. He's a monster. And I think adding those features just make Godzilla, like ears and personally for me, fangs, I just think make Godzilla look more unique and sets him apart from other like reptiles, because he's not like any other reptile.
Yeah, I think definitely that kind of goes into my point when I mean by like anachronisms. So like Godzilla being a reptile but still having visible ears or having muscle tissue that resembles mammals.
I call it jowls, right?
Are they?
I don't
I'm
know.
super bad with anatomy sometimes.
Me too. But sure, let's call them
We'll
gels.
call them jowls. Yeah, so jowls here, and just those combination together make you think, oh, this part is mammalian, this part is reptilian, and then they all come together into a design where I'm like, yeah, that's that like there's things where you're seeing being pulled from nature, but one side isn't taking a predominance in one or the other. But an interesting thing we don't going back to eyes is that since we went to the 94 design, it has slit pupils. Do we prefer circular pupils or do we prefer them slits?
I don't think there's really any Godzilla design that has slit pupils except for this one. Right?
Yeah.
Like, from what I can think of, I personally I do not like the slit pupils, and this is actually an issue I now have with Jurassic Park, the raptors.
Mhm.
Ever since Prehistoric Planet dropped, I just they look so dumb to me. I think they just those rounded eyes just adds a level of intelligence.
Bird.
And seeing like Jurassic World raptors like have their eyes just dart off like a leopard gecko, it just makes them look dumb. And I think Godzilla's an intelligent animal, so I think the rounded pupils just work so much better.
I would say like it's less where with the pupils need to be like slit one way or the other. I think, for example, even looking with all of these, there was a difference with like the slit size because even comparing the females from the first film, they have more of a very, very sharp oval slit to them, while in the Lost World they have a very, very more reptilian slit to them. Which, if like for people who have read the books or the film or the books and even the films too, the Lost World raptors are far more aggressive to people and each other versus the Jurassic Park raptors. And then we see in JP3,
best raptor.
they're more no. There's a lot of things I have issues with when it comes to the three raptors. Quills being one of them. They just look really silly. If you're gonna do feathers, commit to feathers. Just the quilling, I've never liked quilling. I think it's just something that I've grown out of. I used to really like quills on things, but not anymore.
Yeah.
And then I think Blue is actually the weird exception with the Raptors, where she has more like in most shots. She'll either have very, very more like circular eyes, and then other times she'll have these slits here. But I would say that definitely the Jurassic Park Raptors, this first ones, had that perfect balance where you can tell the eyes are reptilian, but they're not slit too much to where you think that it's a more instinctual reptile.
Yeah.
I would like to do it like a cat, because cats go in between, right?
Yeah, they have more in Jurassic Park. They have more cat-like eyes than just pure lizard eyes. Like they look more like this than.
Definitely.
Like even this is like kind of fine. Like if you really need to like dilate, that's okay. But yeah, they definitely have more cat-like eyes in Jurassic Park, whereas in Jurassic World, Lizard World,
Oh, reptiles do it too, no?
they do it, but it also depends on the reptile too. So like with some geckos, they are very, very slit like this, and then with beardies, you have very basic eyes.
Yeah, and these eyes will the slit eyes will dilate during nighttime. That's like it's because crested geckos, I think they're nocturnal, so so they have those very thin slits to not let as much light in.
Exactly.
When it's night, they expand like crazy. And I don't know. I think this. I think it's one of the reasons why I don't really. I just don't think it really works for Godzilla. The slit eyes. And whenever I see slit eyes like constantly throughout like a design like that, like even like during night scenes or something, I just think it's kind of like you're just trying to be scary. Like it just kind of feels a bit like cheap to me. I feel like you can make something look scary without like just slit eyes. Um, like just the expression of it being angry, I think is almost enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I would say another thing that's interesting to note is this has nothing really to do with the actual physical design itself, but more externally, and that is beam color.
beam color.
I like blue.
Blue, basic blue.
Blue.
Well, like I guess that's back to the radiation thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah.
I mean, like, if when you see radiation ionize, it should, from what we know, be blue. So blue just makes sense. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go with the answer with blue too. I guess it depends with like the shade of blue though, because here's where I'm torn because I I'm torn between whether I like the cyan blue more or the deep rich blue, say like what GVK had. I'm very torn between that because I like both, and I can't pick which one. But I will also say something that I really want to see, which is in the series. I want to see green breath.
Yeah, I would say this. Maybe it's just because it's my favorite color. I like green breath. I really do like green
I think
breath.
it looks cool. it looks really cool.
It's just that color where you don't. Well, we just don't see it often too.
Yeah.
So it's definitely just got that unique aspect to it. But just green breath has a look to it that just can't be replicated, in my opinion.
I also like I like the purple from Shin too. I think it's cool. But also I think something that also comes with breath is the way it looks.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say that too. Like, do you prefer like the more mist-like one, or like a laser beam, or more fire-like?
I one thing I rewatched Gojira recently. One thing I really like about the original Breath is the mist look, and I think I think an aspect that should be brought back to the Breath is how it melts things.
Yeah.
Which a little, but I really like that aspect. It's kind of creepy, and I don't know. Like I really like when there's some fire in the Breath too. Like I think 2014's Breath I really like. I don't really.
I really like
cool
the 2014s.
It's cool when it's like a laser, but like the 2014 Breath just has that nice balance of like a fiery breath, and it's very Showa-esque, and I really really like it. GVK is very just beam like, which is cool. It's just I prefer the more fire look. And Shin's beam is unique because it starts off as like fire and then goes into this unique
it condenses
beam.
and
I think that's really cool. And I guess also there's been a lot of interesting beams for recent Godzilla's.
I would say beams probably definitely change a lot more than even the design in some cases, because they'll like even change between colors between same designs.
I really like how Earth's beam is kind of like a one shot. Like I think it's kind of cool. It's just boom, and then it's like really fast and done. And then Ultima's beam has those awesome rings.
Yeah,
I think just visually looks really cool.
Going back to Earth's design or Earth's beam, have either of you played either Halo 4 or Doom 2016?
No, I haven't.
I haven't played Halo since my elementary days.
Damn. Because I was gonna say it reminds me of the railgun from Halo and then the Gauss rifle from Doom, where both of them have a similar color, and they both have that very quick to shoot out. So it's like a charge up shoot with like a blue beam just arcing across like an arena.
It's really cool with Earth because there's like an anticipation, and then there's like a punch. I think it's really cool. And it's kind of scary how fast his beam like just shoots out. And Shin Godzilla is just devastating. It's just like this build up that never stops, and then it just unleashes itself upon the city.
One thing that's interesting also about Ultima's Breath is that when you see it go through those buildings, it sort of does, it melts the buildings, and then once it punches through, it comes out really fast, hits an object, starts melting it, and shoots out really fast again. So it gives it a level of weight that works really well.
It's cool. Ultima's breath is probably one of my recent favorite breaths, to be honest. But if I had to choose, also I just want to say I think the rings are a nod to
Minya,
maybe, which I think is kind of dope. But if I were to choose like a breath for like a Godzilla, I would choose that more fiery, Showa-esque look.
Would you fiery and Showa-esque, or fiery and sort of like effects like Tokyo SOS or 2000E fiery?
More so 2014, but maybe with a little more power. Maybe just a little more.
Yeah, I really do like 2014's, and it also what's it called? HDG Productions gave me a nod to this, so I could thank him for this information. Is that the breath was based sort of on napalm, so I do like that aspect of how the breath shoots out, and I just think that when it comes to naturalistic breaths using napalm, which is just like that kind of fire that's like even more dangerous than a normal flamethrower, just works, I think, for what 2014 was, and I think what the Monsterverse could be doing, or should be doing.
I don't know. I think it's really cool that they reference that because it just makes it look so much more real.
Or even this is a color that like Godzilla himself never used, but I'm curious as to whether it should be used or just reserved for the full moment. But yellow, because we had seen fake Godzilla use yellow for his fake beam, but we never saw it for other designs. Like we saw like bright orange for 2000, obviously. We never saw like an actual yellow beam for Godzilla. Like, should that ever be a thing for a color to use once for a design, or should it just stay as like fake Godzilla's breath if fake Godzilla were to ever return?
I think it works with just. I think it works with just fake Godzilla, but I mean, I would honestly love to see almost every color with Godzilla's breath at this point, since we got purple, blue, orange. I would like to see personally. I think it'd be cool to see like a deep red breath, not like orange, but like a red breath. I don't know. Red's my favorite color, so I just want to see that once. But I think it can work. But I think blue is just so iconic for Godzilla.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just it ain't broke. So
don't fix it. Yeah. Another thing is also like when you see the spines light up, do you like it when when the light colors of the spine light up and you see the breath come out, or do you like it when the entire spine is just engulfed in the energy? Or do you just don't like the spines lighting up at all?
Oh,
I like it when it lights up like entirety. Kind of like I like the Monsterverse one, and to an extent like even the series one, because they're kind of the same where it goes up progressively. I'll take either one though.
There's like there's a couple of different methods of how Godzilla's spines light up. Sometimes they like in like Tokyo SOS, I think they like flash a bit, and then
they have like a thump noise to them, and then they'll also the spines actually don't have a set pattern to them. Like certain spines will just glow up randomly, and then they all light up and shoot.
And then 2014, it goes up his tail, which is really cool and should have been done years ago. Shin, and I guess a lot of other Godzillas, they kind of just light up and then shoots the beam. I almost kind of like a combination of it. It's hard to notice, but in 54, Godzilla's spines they kind of fade in and fade out.
Yeah,
and then they light up completely, and then he shoots his beam. I think that would be kind of cool to bring back. But if I weren't to choose like a combo, I'd choose probably like. I think I'd choose something like. Maybe I think 2014, because I just think that it just looks so cool. And maybe to some degree Shin, because I think Shin just. It looks cool how it kind of moves around his body, but I don't know.
I think one thing I would love to see, it's sort of the spines have different ways of charging up based on how the breath is used. So like long drawn out, like really long breaths have like it going from the tail up to the head, and then the beam is very thin and fires out. Or if the beam has to be fast, it's sort of like a flare color shoots.
That's kind
Or
of cool. Actually.
yeah, or like even more powerful shots of a breath that are shorter, like it does like a Tokyo SOS where it flares up, shoot, flare up, shoot, kind of. So because I think that you could really mess with colors in a way where that's just interesting.
Yeah, I
Like
agree.
I like the idea of like Godzilla and another monster fighting in a like blackened out city, and you'll see it like come in and out because he's firing his breath. So like the whole screen's dark. You see the spines light up, shoot. You'd see the entire scene, dark noise, same thing.
Mhm.
Like that's just something I think could really just spice up something that's been changed so much in a way.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. It would be subtle, but it'd be nice.
Exactly. And like it's something that like only people who take notice of that would notice.
Yeah. What do you guys think of like stuff, particles and stuff outside of like the spines, like Earth or even the Ride Godzilla? Because Earth, it has like a bunch of electricity and stuff um, surrounding the spines, and then the Ride, I think it does something similar.
I always prefer anything extra to come out of power-ups. So even like 91's supercharged atomic breath, I prefer like with the lightning, or same thing with the spiral breath, how it has little extra things on the breath itself and on the spines. Just I think that when it's more basic, it works, and then it allows you to have I think I'm not going. My apologies. But yeah, I think having effects should be saved for more stronger breaths, in my opinion.
Like how he has to inhale, kind of like Final Wars and GMK.
Exactly, yeah.
I like that aspect.
Oh, I really like how. I really like in Final Wars how like whenever he like inhales, like you kind of see like the gusts of like wind and stuff like going through his mouth. I think that's cool. I think that should be added to more that anticipation.
Especially with GMK too, is we see like the leaves and stuff flying off because it's almost like a vacuum for his mouth, and then it shoots out.
Actually, not GMK, but Gamera, like that 2016 footage or whatever of Gamera, it actually did that with his breath, and it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that's one thing that short did well.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess one more thing with like the atomic breath is what do you think about the eyes lighting up? Because I really like it.
I like the eyes lighting up.
I think it just looks cool.
Should we talk about sound? Like the sound it makes?
Yeah, when it comes to sound, like there's always that like kind of sound that he makes. And I always kind of prefer that kind of sound. Although, like, having something that almost has like a wavy effect to it, like 2014's just has that kind of sound where it doesn't sound necessarily like fire. Almost in a way, it almost sounds like the sound of like a engine firing off in a way, which I like that especially.
I really like the bass.
I like the Jaguar roars
It just sounds
in '98.
The issue with the Jaguar roars is that I think it is a stock Jaguar roar, which is when you hear it, you're like Jaguar roar. Same thing with how whenever you hear like the T-Rex roar somewhere else, you're like, oh, it's the T-Rex roar.
Yeah.
Or even with Godzilla's roar itself, because I remember this is gonna bring some people back, but the Bionicle, the Legend Reborn movie, they there's a shot after when they encounter Scorpio in the desert, you hear Godzilla's roar, like him roar like Godzilla, and I'm like, oh, it's Godzilla's roar. Okay.
I always find that odd hearing like Godzilla's roar and like as like a gag or something in like a cartoon, because I'm like, how do they is Godzilla's roar like public domain?
Like, I don't think it's public domain, but I think because it's parody, it's they're able to defend themselves on the basis of parody.
Okay.
Same thing with how all the Family Guy skits. You can copyright them, but I think that with if you were trying to make something official, you can't do that. because character likeness and all that. But if you're doing something that's parody, so like having someone act like Godzilla and then you hear the Godzilla roar, that should be fine. Same thing with how if you did like a cutaway skit with a Godzilla design for the purposes of parody, that's fine. That's why, for example, Simpsons and Family Guy are able to get away with having Godzilla skits.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, I think it's
Yeah,
the
that's
98
interesting
roar
too.
that's used a lot for skits or parodies.
It depends because sometimes they just use the stock Showa one, and then sometimes I've heard the 98 one. But I think it's because like especially with the Showa one because of how ubiquitous it is, you can just kind of get it anywhere.
Yeah, the Showa one is very iconic.
Should we talk about favorite roars then?
I guess.
Yes, I'm down for that because there's definitely some variation in the roars.
Yeah. All right. I'm literally like being 54 man over here, but 54. I really want that. There's 54's roar is so scary, and I really want that kind of deeper pitch back.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so like scary, and I feel like the higher pitch works. Like it's iconic. It's just I want that deeper echoey or like reverb echoey like roar, like kind of have like the Comic-Con footage for 2014 had before they added the like rumble in his voice. I want something like that because it's haunting almost and like deeper. But I want something like that. But something I really really want from this franchise is for Toho to make a new roar for Godzilla, because they've been like using the same stock roars for like ever, and I want to hear a new take on the roar that isn't just a reuse of
Showa.
Would you want them to like use a new instrument? I think that'd be pretty cool.
I just want them to recreate it like how 2014 did. Like I think they could do it. They've done it before. I just want to hear it different because I love Shin Godzilla to death, and I think the Showa roars are very charming. But I always like before we even heard him roar,
it does kind of just take you out of it too in a way.
Yeah, I was always
That's
expecting
one thing that really surprised me actually. Like it really surprised me that some people don't like the Showa roars for Shin.
The thing is that like when you look at that design, like you ever have that moment where you look at someone and then you hear them speak and you think that's not how you think they'd sound.
Yeah.
Like either like they have a very like their accent just doesn't like sound like you think it would sound, or even like the pitch of their voice just sounds very off from how you think they would, just based on just appearance alone. But
I think they should have used. They used it in the film. They just didn't use it for Godzilla's final form. They used the 54 roar for Shinagawa-kun, and I think it works very well. I think they should have used that for Godzilla's final form because I just think that roar. I just think it fits the design better, just because the Shin Godzilla's design already somewhat resembles 54. I think they should have just kept those roars.
It's interesting because he does use 3 different roars. Because Kamada-kun and Shinagawa both use 54 as a roar. Shin uses like Showa's roar, and then right at the end he uses what I think is my favorite roar, and that's 84's roar because it's pitched above 54 but lower than 62 through 75's roar. So it has the bass that I like, but without directly being 54. Because I don't know, just with 54, I think that's just a roar that I want to see for certain Godzillas, but then nothing else because of how haunting it is. And I think it could have worked for Shin, but I like hearing 84 when I can, because even the shot from Singular Point where you hear the music in the background as they swirl into the red dusk tornado, and then you hear the 84 roar, it has the deep enough pitch where it sounds menacing, but it's not super deep, and it's not 54, so you don't immediately think 54 because they don't use 84 that much, even though it's a bassier roar.
Yeah,
84 is one of my favorites.
I think 84 is a good
it's a beautiful roar.
It's a good like middle ground for it. I guess the only one thing I would say with 84 is I guess I wish it was a bit more echoey. I guess because I feel like it's I don't know how to. I mean, a little staticky. I don't know how to.
Yeah, because I think it's definitely, if I recall, it is
Or
a pitch
grainy.
down 50. It is a pitch down 62, so it is taking a lighter pitched sound and then just basing it.
Yeah, but that's really it. I was just like kind of like maybe add an echo that the Millennium Roars kind of had to that, and I think it'd be perfect.
Because if I recall, Earth uses Kiryu Saga's roar, and then
I
it
think
also
so.
has like unique roars of its own, which are they sound. I think they're modified also Kiryu Saga roars too, but they all have that kind of, I want to say, metal great noise to them because it's different from 2000 and 98, which both have more elephants-y kind of trumpet sound to them.
Yeah.
I really
So
like 98 sound design, even aside from the roar itself. Like the sounds it makes.
I think 98's roar is cool. Yeah, that's really it.
I think that. What's it called? GMK also has a unique roar too, because it's different from the other Millennium roars too. But the other thing is that it's also just not memorably different. But he also has a lot more growls too, like a lot more bassy growls.
Yeah,
Hanna-Barbera roar, anyone?
No.
Best Godzilla. No.
It's true.
But yeah.
Speaking of Hanna-Barbera, let's talk about extra powers.
Ooh.
And we're not including, and sorry, Vic, we're not including digging. We mean extra powers, we mean like extra powers.
Powers, okay.
So like nuclear pulse, yes, laser vision, back beam, tail beam, etc.
Laser vision.
Hanna-Barbera predicted Shin Godzilla. Just saying.
But yeah, but back beams. I remember when I was in the theater and I saw that, I was like, oh my god! Like it threw me off, but it was in a good way. Like I was surprised, and I really like the back beams. I think it's cool. The nuclear pulse I think is cool. So it'd be cool if they can somehow find a way to combine those, the nuclear pulse and the back beams somehow. I don't know. I don't know how they would do it, but like maybe like a burr. No, that's just a nuclear. I don't know. But yeah, I mean I don't think Godzilla's had that many unique abilities besides I mean there's magnetism and stuff like that.
Flying.
Yeah, I think
that's like I would say that's the same as like digging, where it's essentially a physical ability, but it's piggybacking off a different ability anyway.
How about evolving or
evolution? Yeah, that's another one. Should we see another evolving Godzilla? My statement would be a flat out no. As much as I like Terrestrius and I'm indifferent when it comes to Amphibia and Aquatilis, I don't want to see another evolving Godzilla.
Shin Godzilla made it work, and it was really unique and cool. Singular Point kind of just piggybacked off of that.
I would say it piggybacks off it, but they do the reference train with it, which I'm fine with. But since they did the reference train, I never want to see them do it again.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like it. I personally think it's a nice nod, but like
it's a nice nod, but I would never want to see it again. Like if we get Singular Point season 2, I don't want to see him evolve further. Like
I don't either.
Yeah, keep Ultima as is. Like,
is that perfect. Like a slippery slope? Like once we get to the Godzilla, like should it evolve further or shouldn't it?
I wouldn't mind. This is actually something I'm debating right now when it comes to, because I'm, I guess, currently going to be making Godzilla redesigns. I'm wondering how I should tackle Godzilla's like son. I'm wondering if I should go the route of like, oh, should I have it be more like evolutionary like Shin, or should I have it just be more standard? And I wouldn't personally mind seeing the evolution again because I think it's unique and cool. But I think they can hold off on it for a while, or maybe I don't know, maybe show it for like like I just mentioned, Godzilla's son, and just see it like how Godzillas evolve, and how they're born and stuff. I don't know. But
yeah, because like whenever you get into the territory of Godzilla's son, you already have like you understand there's a understanding of progeny there, and then you have to think to yourself, does Godzilla grow via like evolution or metamorphosis similar to that of a tadpole, or is it more like ontogeny with dinosaurs where you see traits in juveniles that change when they become adults?
yeah, I'm kind of split. I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but I think it just they don't need to do it again right now. We've seen it like 3 times.
Yeah, and I think that right, and like even as much as I love Ultima, the other forms test my like patience when it comes to that, where I'm like, okay, you're referencing other monsters, I'll allow these designs in my head. But like if they weren't referencing other monsters, I would just think to myself, can we just get like a more traditional form for all of these? Like even Terrestrius, as
Have
much as
you
I like that
seen
design, I'm like, eh.
Have you seen Vincent 202's designs, like
I was
redesigns
just
of the form?
I was just thinking of that. That
I
is
was gonna say yes, but I really wanted to wait off because we're gonna be looking at some fan designs later on.
Okay.
But yeah, we can definitely go over those and give our thoughts because there's definitely a few fan designs that I have brought up that I want to show off that we can discuss.
his designs are so cool, but
His
you
designs
guys
are
get
very
to that.
good.
We'll get to that.
We will get to that. But
Yeah, I really, God, Anno really, I really like how I love Shin Godzilla. I just think it's so cool that it's such a surprise seeing that in the theater. You're like, oh my god. Like, I also think, actually, can we talk about the form designs for a minute? Because I think,
yes,
Which
I
one?
think,
the other
both.
designs they did for Shin that never got made.
Oh, like the concept art?
Yeah.
Also, just the designs in general.
Can we talk
But,
about like concept art in general? Like launching off of that?
Yes.
I think Shin's. I know a lot of people. It is goofy, but a lot of people say that like the big eyes on Kamada-kun and Shinigami-kun are goofy, but
I like them.
they're not wrong. Like there are deep sea animals that look like that, and it's like I would say like eels look very similar to Shin Godzilla's early forms, like or even like some sharks.
Yeah. Like even looking at some of
The
these
Pearl
designs, I'm
Shark?
sort of like, eh.
Yeah, I'm wondering what I really wonder what they would have done with that. It looks interesting.
It's interesting.
I wish I got this book. God,
I just look at it and I think to myself, you know what? That's a really interesting monster. I would love to see it fight Godzilla or just explore this idea further with another monster rather than Godzilla.
I want to know like the thought process behind it because to me it looks like Godzilla. It just looks like weird shit happening with Godzilla.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's the thing is that's just weird.
I think
And
they
then,
found
of course,
a nice balance with Shin.
exactly,
And
yeah.
the shocker ending with the tail, which I think literally scared me in the theater. Like I was like, oh my god, like that's actually disgusting and horrifying.
Even
and
like
I-
with
Yeah, it
these
scared me
designs
too.
here, they're like, you can really see here with the T-Rex head on the profile view and then a mosasaur like head on the side where they were definitely playing around with a aquatic design and then a more horizontal design moving into the more traditional design.
I wonder if I mean I wouldn't be surprised if Singular Point took that sketch you just showed for or basing it off of Aquativus and stuff. Actually, I
Yeah.
wonder
I'm
if,
pretty sure they
honestly
did.
all these.
Yeah, Matt's video, or it was a
Mhm.
stream he did, went in and noticed that these had been there. So definitely these were in the back of obviously Ano's mind, and then probably the rest of the design team since of how much we knew Single Point was in development around the same time. But yeah, definitely like the designs that they did finally go with. They just look like very deformed Godzillas, which I'm fine with. And then let me
Also,
see if I can get
Side note, I'm
these
gonna
ones right
say
here.
if Shinagawa-kun, the second form or the third form technically, if that was Godzilla's design, I'd be fine with it.
Well,
if
like
that was
just on
the
its own
final-
in a movie.
Yeah,
It would
I
definitely
actually
be weird, but I
I
would
really like
maybe
it.
be like I could come to maybe accept it, but it would be just very weird to me.
It's
And then of course
weird.
we have these things here.
I love them. I need to find this book.
It's very artsy, and I'm like, I will like if I never see another Shin Godzilla movie, like Shin is one and done, I will let the ideas sit because like it fit within the themes and then it just wasn't explored in the sense that this was what became Godzilla and this is what we would see as Godzilla. I'm fine with that.
I think it's a great send off.
Yeah.
Of the movie because it's the implications. I've like looked at that scene and I'm like, oh, what does this scene mean? And I feel like I've maybe figured out like what that final tail scene means. I feel like throughout the film they mention that like humanity, like they keep messing up, they keep like they just can't seem to like stick with a plan or like work together, and they always say like, oh, humanity is more terrifying than Godzilla, and in the end of the film Godzilla is beaten by humanity. So what does Godzilla do? He
Become
decides to become
humanity.
human. He becomes
Instead of
humanity.
return to monkey, it is become human.
Yeah, and I think
Godzilla become human.
I think it's kind of cool because it kind of is saying what I think that shot is saying that like Godzilla is literally like us. Like we are basically the Godzilla to it. Like we are Godzilla. No, but we are essentially more as destructive as Godzilla. And I think it's a great send off to the film and really kind of it really solidifies the message of the film. I think like
maybe the Godzilla was the
that
friends we
warning.
made along the way.
Yeah, but that's just my interpretation. But I think that that's why it's so chilling at the end of the film. Like it's weird and it works as just a final note. And I don't think it'd be cool to see it explored more, but I don't think it really needs to.
I think that the mystery definitely works with it just kind of being this at the end.
Yeah. Oh,
and like just seeing them move around and stuff, I think that whatever like them doing anything would detract from just how odd and strange that scene is. So just letting them sit there frozen is more chilling than anything that probably could have been done.
Have you guys seen that
of this?
That Nausicaa short with like the God Warrior appears in Japan or something?
Yes.
Oh yes.
I imagine it'd be like that, no?
Possibly, yeah. I could definitely see that.
I don't know how it would be, but I see them as little maybe Godzilla troops, but I don't know. But yeah, I really wish there was like a figure or a statue of that tail because it is so cool.
I think there is.
There's a maquette. I think. I think it's actually. I think the final shot is practical, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So like, I just wanted like a statue of that because it's so impressive looking. It's so cool. I'm surprised they didn't make like an X Plus or something of it because it looks.
Oh, it's on the Frozen X Plus on its. But
yeah,
not on
but
its
I mean,
own.
like, I just mean like just the tail, like just the tip of the tail. I think would be like a cool piece because then like what is that? It's like, oh, that's Godzilla.
Shin Godzilla's tail. Yeah,
Shin Godzilla's tail. It's like a character of its own. It's just so cool.
Yeah,
it's got
really.
a face.
Yeah,
face only a mother can love.
Ugh, I will say Shin Godzilla for me in terms of design is almost to the perfect Godzilla design. Almost. It's so close. It's in my top 5, but it's just there's just tiny little things that
I don't think it's a perfect design, but it's definitely a design where I think to myself, I'm like, I really like what they did. Like they really did a good job with it.
Yeah.
Oh, that brings into another topic I want to discuss, and that is what are a couple of things on a design you really love that you would want to change on a Godzilla? Like it's a Godzilla you really like, but there's just one or two things you don't like that you would want to change, and what would those be?
Ultima.
Brandon said there actually is a model kit of the tail tip. Brandon, if you can send me a text with a link to the model kit, that'd be perfect because then we could show that off.
It's so cool. I think Ultima is okay, someone made a friend made an edit of Ultima with ears. And I think it looks so much better. Like I remember I was looking in the Discord chat and I saw that and then I saw the earless Ultima for comparison, the actual design. And I I I thought he just looked naked afterward. Like cuz and I was honestly like, "Oh, Ultima doesn't have ears."
Like right now, I'm like really tempted for you to send me.
I want to
that
find the
edit,
picture.
and
I
then
wanna
once
find
you
the
send it
picture.
to me, I'm gonna hate you forever because I love Ultima, and then you're gonna like ruin base Ultima for me. I'm gonna be like, no,
Cuz like
no.
but it's weird cuz like it looks so much better and I was surprised cuz I thought that was the actual design and then it like because I think Ultima looks like face looks really cool,
Mhm.
but I do think like his kind of mohawk scales I guess kind of look a little odd, but then when you add the ears, it works. Then it just works.
It's
I need to
funny
I'll find the
because
picture, but
that is exactly what I was thinking of for my own edit. Was like I kind of would love to see Ultima with ears. That's like the one design change I would do for him. And the other thing would probably just be shortening his tail. If there's one design trend I do not like with newer Godzilla designs, it's just giving them long tails.
I don't mind.
Oh, we never actually got on that.
Here
Was
it is.
do we like pointed tails or stubby tails?
I love
I'm conflicted with that. Like I like 2014's tail, but I also like 2019's tail. I like 98's tail.
I would say between, you can send it in the Discord, but between what's it called when it comes to the tails for Monsterverse, I prefer a long tail, like that long whip like tail. I just prefer.
Hold on, I'm pulling up. I'm getting an image of Ultima, like the normal Ultima.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the Snumpy tail. But I also here's one thing. I don't like when the tail gets. I don't mind when the tail is like sharp at the end. But 2014's tail, I hate how thin it gets. It goes thin for too long, and I feel like it starts to look rat-like.
The thing I would say with rats is that their tail is very uniform across the board. Like it doesn't really get smaller. It just gets, it's just thin. That's the one thing I'd say about rat tails.
Yeah, it's just. Well, I mean, like it just like it kind of just. You can see it on the NECA figure of 2014. It just gets really, really, really thin, and I just for too long, and I just don't like it. I like the length. I just that was a nitpick I had with the design, and I'm happy they changed it. I to the more stumpy look. Granted, I think they could have kept the length, but just made it more lumpy. But that's that's really it. I prefer I like the big bulky tails that like Showa Godzillas have, but I'm fine with like a sharper tail too. Yeah.
I think overall, I just like the tails when they're thick and then they end in a point. So like probably closer to, actually, interestingly enough, 55. I think 55 has a very good tail where it's very thick all around and then it comes to a point just perfectly, which is like one of the things that design just does very well, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I would say 54 does that.
54 does that too. However, I think he also has a smaller I think he has a smaller tail overall than 55. And actually, so we can show this to the audience.
I will also say that I don't mind the long tail because I think it kind of can look cool, especially if he's like swimming in the water.
So like right here is Ultima with ears, and then there's Ultima without ears. It definitely
it definitely feels weird after seeing it.
On a portrait viewing, it looks a little weird because I've just seen that face so much without the ears.
Yeah.
But like probably definitely from a profile view, it would look probably a lot better.
I don't know. I just like because I was just scrolling through when I first saw it, and I was just like, oh look, it's Ultima, and then I saw the different. I was like, oh, and then he just like it's weird.
And thus to kaiju was never the same.
Yeah. I will say, um, yeah, I think they should have added ears to that design. But what was the question? We were talking about like what traits that Godzilla
Mm-hmm.
should have. I've already mentioned. I think ears to make him look more unique, and also I think the fangs. The fangs aren't really necessary, but that's a preference I really like. I really like the fangs on Godzilla. There's not really else that I would really um, um, add. I mean, like there's stuff that I've added to my design,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm.
I guess that's really it. I just think it makes his face look more unique. Even though one of my favorite designs, 62, doesn't have ears or fangs.
Oh yeah. And then I know Brandon's in the chat, I think still, and he is a staunch 62 hater. And I think the ears is one of the things he just does not like about that design is that it lacks ears. Although also
I wonder what it would look like with ears, to be honest. 62. Actually, one thing I've noticed with Ultima is I think it's to me like when I was looking at it, it looks kind of very 62 influence. Like if you took away the fangs, and I feel like it looks almost like a recreation of 62.
Yeah, if you greened them up a little bit, or like
Yeah,
you would definitely
62
have
is
it.
one of my favorites. That's Kong one, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Goji.
Mm-hmm. I really like
then-
that one.
and then I guess the thick thighs look very 62 esque.
Yeah, that might be why. That'd probably be the main thing. Why I probably think.
Yeah,
is,
and one I guess the three toes too. Honestly, looking at it, like the three toes are very 62 looking.
I
guess
also very much love 62, so that may explain why I like Ultimate, because it's that weird mix of like traditional charcoal gray Godzilla fangs and stuff, and then it has like 62 elements that I really like as well.
I do have a nitpick with Ultima though. I really like it, but it's the portion issue that I have. I wish he was a little less thick.
Yeah.
Just a little. And also, I think what would have helped that if they did just keep them thick is beef up the arms because they're so skinny and it just looks a little weird.
He definitely has very more T-Rexy like vibe to him because of how short his arms are.
And one last thing is this actually two things. This one is kind of a preference. I don't like the digitgraded legs personally, but that's not a huge issue. But the thing I do not like, I don't like his clown feet. I just think they look really huge. Like they're just too long to me, and I feel like if they shorten that just a bit, it would look better. I prefer which is weird because I like the ride's feet, but I think it's because it's more thick instead of long. Like I don't like Earth's feet because they look weirdly human. And I don't
they have weirdly human proportions, and I think there are 5 toes on them. Like, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, no, that's just weird.
Yeah, and then there's Ultima, which I just think they just like clown shoes, and I don't like when the nails are just like super long. But like with GMK and the Ride Godzilla, I like when they're thick but not long. I guess if that's.
I like more slim Godzillas, or like a slim muscular build.
I don't want him to be too slim because when he gets too slim, he ends up looking too human. And when you look at that, you're like, I can see that that's got human proportions, like too human proportions. It just looks weird.
I like kind of an in between. I like kind of like Kiryu Goji. I think Kiryu Goji has a really cool,
I like Final Wars.
Yeah,
Final Wars
do like
does that.
Godzilla.
Yeah, Final Wars does strain it a bit, though. I will say.
I do like seeing the Godzilla though. I think it does.
I like 98 because his torso and legs are more human-like.
Yeah, that boy. That is the boy that needs a snack. Like that boy needs a sandwich or he needs some milk.
And then there's super fat Ultima, which I mean, I don't like when Godzilla's huge, or bloated. I guess. I mean,
I don't mind the thick Godzilla. I thought 2014 was good. I kind of don't like how it gets a little bigger in 19 and especially in GVK.
I think if he's big, he really does need to have like a bigger
head. I want a bigger head.
I think if he's gonna be big, I think, yeah, kind of like what you guys said. I don't mind the small head because it kind of creates like a triangular shape to him, and I think it kind of looks cool. But it could be it could be adjusted. I think when it comes to like thick, big Godzillas, I think proportions are very important to keep an eye on. Because like say with Ultima, I think he's a little too thick in like the hips. Heisei, 91, too thick in the chest. It's like a balancing act with thicker Godzillas, and it's
very much.
It's difficult. 2014, I guess, or I'll say more so 2019. Small head, a complaint.
Yeah, Pinhead Godzilla.
Pinhead, and it's just you just got to find that balance with the thick Godzilla because I don't mind it. I just prefer those thinner designs just because I think they work better. But,
that was the one. That's one thing I would also say about 98 is the fact that he's really skinny, but then he has a huge head, so he has a very top-heavy look even when he's like horizontal. Which
I actually don't think it's too much of a head. It's more so the neck and the dewlap that makes it.
Well, no, the neck and the dewlap. That's one thing I would say that it's a very controversial take for me. Is I like the dewlap. So, I like just overall the head is fine. Just if you make it smaller, it would fit better when I look at it. Because even with all the dinosaur
he's more muscular than people give him credit for.
I'm not saying he's skinny without muscle. He's muscular, but he's also just skinny too. Because like Final Wars is muscular and skinny too, but the balance there is a lot better when I look at that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it works for. I mean, to me, you see it really work in the series, Godzilla the series. I think it's just like the way he's animated is just you see him swooping around like the city.
Yeah, he swoops around a lot more.
Very agile. But yeah, I guess that's.
It's always a balancing act, especially when you kind of go from one extreme to the other, because then you have to just pay attention to a lot more things, though.
Yeah.
I guess if I want to talk about what I would change about 98. Yes. I really like the spines of 98, but if I wanted to make it more traditional, like that's what I would do. Like just change up the spines to be a little more traditionally shaped.
Or at least so essentially everything's the same except for the spines changing, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like I would go for a more 2019 look to sort of keep with like the more edginess of the design.
So essentially like 50-40 kind of spines, but with just 98 body.
Oh,
Well, not 54, but like no, 2014.
Okay, 2014.
Yeah, 2014.
I'm gonna be honest. The spines on 98 are one of my favorite aspects of its design.
Yeah,
I think it looks. I think it really makes it. It has that very triangular shape, and it makes the design feel very aerodynamic, and it fits with that agile body. And I just think adding any other kind of spines would kind of make it look a bit awkward, personally.
Yeah, that's one thing people say. Like whenever I mention I would change the spines, like people say that
it would definitely look very awkward with more traditional spines. Although if we wanted to make it more dynamic, just turning the spines backwards but giving them the same jagged vibe would definitely make him sweep through the water more, but because it'd be more like a shark in that aspect. But having them curve forward and break through the water like that, I think does work.
Just it's a really nice silhouette. Also, I want to praise 98 also. I think it's really cool that they made the outer spines bigger than the center spines. I think that's a really unique part of that design that I think is cool. It's just cool looking.
Part of me wishes that other Toho designs embrace that more, because there are some concept designs for films that had that.
The one thing I'll always say with that is that they end up in a lot of cases looking like he's got wings, like essentially spine wings, where you'll have the two outer spines be maple leaf shape, but then they end up looking like he's got two wing shoulders.
But
essentially, like a Space
Godzilla.
Think that's really cool.
Space Godzilla.
I think it's really cool, but also like in the lore of 98, like they were supposed to be wings. but they're like stilted because it's
Wait,
like
what?
a mutation thing.
Wait, what?
But
Is
yeah,
that
part of the lore, it's in the novel, like the novelization.
Mhm.
Like it's theorized or explained that they're supposed to be stilted wings,
oh,
Well,
that's stupid.
and
I'm
you
do
see
sorry.
that in the
I
I'm
do
sorry.
film.
not have the novelization. Is that I know Nick describes things like being like something else. Was it a theory he proposed, or is he saying they are like stilted wings?
I think part of it is that I think it is a theory, and it's also something that you see in the novel and the film, where when he's running, the spines flap,
Oh,
almost
really?
like how a chicken
Oh God,
flaps its wings to get away,
that
and they
just doesn't
attributed it
make
to that.
sense.
That's really like the thing is that that's one thing that's kind of weird. I would say because then at that point the weird thing is that although that makes him a mutation, that gives him like this weird pseudo, like, oh, you know how Godzilla's kind of like a dragon? Well, his big spines are essentially like wings.
I don't like that.
I would need to see the novelization because I want to say that like maybe it's not like the spines themselves are flapping. It's more like how he's moving makes it look like that because that's one thing that I would have to look at myself just to see the wording.
2014 kind of had like his spines would kind of wake through like they aren't like completely solid on his back. Like you can see them move side to side a bit when he turns. Like, it's really
Especially
cool.
in Cottom, you really see them be flexible in that movie.
I really like that. I think it makes him feel more real, and also just kind of feels like a nod to like how the spines would move in like earlier films, like just floppy.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't the way that they just look like big scutes to me, like or like it just doesn't.
I'm not sure why, but how you said big scoots, it just had the most Canadian sounding way of saying big scoots for some reason. Like you said, sorry, he's got big scoots. I'm not sure how that made me think of Canada.
But yeah, I just can't. That's weird. I don't usually like when it comes to novelizations. I kind of just separate it from the film because, because I feel like some like especially with the MonsterVerse, a lot of people will, like look to the novelization and be like, "Well, this happened in the novel, so that means it's canon with it." No, I don't think it is because
I more so go with it because it is something you can see in the film, like when he's running. And it was part of in the novel. It happens like I think the helicopter pilot describes it as wings flapping.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that.
I'd need to. One thing I need to do is I need to get the novelization in '98 just to read through it, just to see what's different. Because the same thing with the MonsterVerse books is that there's these weird differences that I would just love to see.
Yeah, I have the audio cassette for an abridged version, and there are some differences with it. Small differences, but it's overall the same story.
It's a very interesting fact. It's something new. There's always something new to learn with Godzilla. It's cool.
Yeah, that's definitely something interesting. But since essentially I think we've gone over every aspect. Actually, no, we did not. We only went over a small bit, and that's fangs. This is one thing we just do quick is fang or fangless.
I like fangs.
Fangs.
Okay, we are in a unanimous decision.
Fangs are cool. We should. I feel like before we should talk about our favorite Godzilla design, maybe.
Oh, for me, it's Ultima. Well, if we're talking about official designs, Ultima. If we're talking about including concept art, 94.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna go just official. Oh well, duh. Why am I blanking on this? 2002 and 2003 is my favorite, though. I just think it's a very nice, well-rounded design. Though I think it could easily be overtopped by a different looking gun. I don't know. Like, I think it could be overtopped by a different design, but I really like it. It's just so appealing looking to me. I like 2002 and 2000.
I kind of like 98. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Me. I wonder. Are you sure it's your favorite? I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
Mr. G64 Defender.
Wait, what's your favorite besides 98?
It's a toughie between like I go back and forth between like MonsterVerse or 2000.
2000's cool.
2000 was my
2000 was
favorite.
my favorite for a long time when I was a kid, and then it was 62, and then it went to 2002. The thing I have with like the problem I have with 2000's design is I think its spines are a little too large, which is why I prefer 2002 because I think I feel like they kind of fixed up the design a bit, or like made the proportions a bit better on that design. That's because they're very similar. But that's just me. That's just me.
No,
I
I can
also go
definitely
back
agree
and
with that.
forth between 64 and 62. Like those are one of my top ones. Because for the longest time, like Mothra versus Godzilla was one of my favorites.
I think 64 could have been my favorite Godzilla. I really do like 64. I think it's almost like to me a really good successor to the original 54 suit. I just think it's missing those aspects that 54 had, like the ears and the fangs. I think would have made the design cool because I think I really like the proportions of 64. And then 62, I just love 62 because 62. But yeah.
No, I can definitely feel that. For me, if we're going by eras, I guess for Showa probably 62, for Heisei 84, Millennium 2000, and then for Reiwa Ultima. Because it's interesting because 62 is that odd one out, and to a degree 2000 where they don't all have the same like fangs, they don't all have ears. But I think 62 just has that mix of dinosaur and classic Godzilla that works perfectly. 84 builds off classic Godzilla and then updates it perfectly, and with the roar just being my favorite. And then 2000 does something radical with colors, but then still keeps it grounded with things like its toe count, ears, but doesn't have fangs. And then Ultima grounded in colors, but then has a lot of aspects that are unique, like its feet, body, but then has other grounding things like the fangs, which work out well.
Yeah. For me, in regards to each era, 62, but I also want to say 54 because that's kind of where it all started.
Yeah, I tried to not to include 54 because I'm like, oh, that's so
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, it really is. But I'll just say 62 for and then Heisei 92 or 89, I guess. And Burning Godzilla, but I would say 92 more. And Millennium 2002. Reiwa, it's very split between 2019 or 2021 and Shin Godzilla. They're both like fighting with each other constantly because I can't decide between those two. If it was 2014 and Shin Godzilla, I would say Shin Godzilla, but both those designs have 2019 and Shin Godzilla just have aspects that I equally love, and they have aspects that they don't have from each other that I wish they had, and it's a toss up. But yeah.
For me, it's like for Showa, it's 62, 64, like conflict, like there's a tie, and then I'd go with like 93, 98, 2000, and then it'd be Monsterverse. I guess 2014 would be the one I like the most. Although for a while when like Shin Godzilla came out, like that was like my favorite design. Like I was just obsessed with Shin Godzilla. I don't know why. I just really like the design.
Shin Godzilla's very well designed.
I got the NECA figure like as soon as it came out, and like I played with that nonstop.
Yeah, it's definitely a design where you look at it and you're like, that's really well made.
It's crazy
I
how
actually
like in
saw the
some
last
shops
showing in America, like the last day it was out.
I saw it
Took
like
the whole
2
family.
times. Because my first time when I saw Shin Godzilla, I was like, wow, that was wacky. And then the second time I was like, wow, I really like this.
My little
Um,
brothers also really liked it.
but yeah, I can go on about Shin Godzilla for hours, but I won't.
Well, speaking of things you can go on for hours and hours about, since we've come to that point where I think we've gone over everything when it comes to Godzilla designs that are official, my good friend Takaiju, would you like to unveil your Godzilla design? Because now we're going to get into our designs.
Yes, I would. I would love to.
I will have it shared.
Go
Let
for
me
it. I'm
get it.
uploading this Friday, but here's a look at it.
This is the sneak preview, all folks, and I hope you all enjoy.
And I'll go over my process of.
Here we go.
Oh, yes.
Huzzah.
That's my Godzilla. Yeah. I will say, um, I do kind of. This is Godzilla. But I will have another design for Godzilla. That's it's gonna be pretty much the exact same, but with a color swap and different dorsal plates. But this is representative of the original. Like this is the OG Gojira that first appeared, so it's called Gojira. But yeah, this is my design. I am pretty happy with how it turned out. I clearly took a lot of inspiration from 54 because I've always kind of wanted like a modernized kind of 54 look. Like I like Shin Godzilla got really close to that. There's just aspects that I felt were missing from it. But other than the 54 influence, I I referenced a bunch of different things like his spines specifically are referenced from like dead coral,
Ooh.
and
It's interesting because I did when we were talking about this earlier. I was like, they look like coral.
yeah. And I specifically said like dead coral because the sea is dying, and when coral dies, it turns this bone white color. And I think it's kind of since Godzilla has been a metaphor for environmental issues sometimes. I think it was a good choice to make his spines that kind of texture.
That's something I've always wanted to see in a kaiju design.
Yeah. His skin. Here's the thing. The hardest part about designing a Godzilla in a more simplified style is the skin texture. Because if you go too complex, depending on the style, if you go too complex, it could look very, very busy and kind of annoying to the eyes. Go too simple, like Hanna-Barbera Godzilla, that works for animation, but it's a bit bland. So finding a middle ground is difficult. But I based his skin texture off of earless monitor lizards.
Ooh.
Which have a very they look like they have Godzilla skin, and the fold and stuff I kind of is kind of just kind of improvised, but I would say sort of Shin Godzilla influence. I didn't really want to reference the only Godzilla design I really referenced was 54, but some aspects of Shin Godzilla kind of leaked through.
Well, as you said, with Shin essentially just being somewhat of an updated 54, it makes sense that Shin would be a good influence.
I kind of also see Ride Godzilla in this.
It wasn't really maybe one little aspect. I really like in both Ultima and Ride Godzilla, the little elbow spikes. It's subtle, but I kind of like it. It just looked kind of cool, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna add it. Why not? A little armor, and maybe he can elbow someone. And the webbed hands. So I added the webbed hands because 54 had those webbed hands. But also I feel like it comes across more apparent in my earlier sketches. But I also wanted to base this Godzilla off of newts and salamanders. Kind of. I would say like when he swims, he looks more like that. But I would say it's most apparent in, I guess, the eyes of my Godzilla. My Godzilla's eyes
Let's see if I
aren't just
can zoom in closer. Oh,
my
there we go.
God
Perfect.
my Godzilla's eyes aren't like just circles. I gave him kind of that newt kind of look because he's in the water all the time. So I remember I also remembered when 2014 first came out, there was a lot of debate online when we would see Godzilla's face. They would say like, oh, his pupils are like X's, kind of like aquatic animals, and I kind of liked that idea. It didn't happen, but so I just wanted to incorporate it in my design because I think it looks cool. But I made it so that you could still kind of have that like round pupil, but still have the line, so it's not entirely like alien. So you can
Yeah.
show some emotion in his design.
With
yeah.
this right here, are these
Those
gills?
are gills. Yeah, I added gills because I think gills are a very cool aspect in recent Godzilla designs. What else? What else? What else? Oh,
The
the
spine
feet.
tails too.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess I could talk about that. So I also referenced. I wanted to keep referencing what the original Godzilla was like referenced off of. And I looked at early dinosaur, like retro T Rex, retro iguanodon, and Stegosaurus. Actually, on Godzilla's hands, I made his thumbs a bit larger than most of his nails.
Oh, so like iguanodon thumb
Yeah,
spikes.
yeah. Actually, GMK has that part of his design too, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I've always the Stegosaurus influenced Godzilla was always really cool. So for me, I was like, you know what? What if Godzilla had a Thagomizer as a defense, and also kind of act? I tried to make it look like it as if it acted like kind of how crocodile tails look, but also as a defense. So it could wake through the water, but also bash those monsters.
What's one thing I will say is that if he has a Thagomizer, that kind of justifies his tail being very, very long. So it can it has more of a whip-like aspect to it. So that, like, usually I don't like long tails, but having a Thagomizer there kind of justifies the tail being so much longer than the body.
I like to see the Mito smack from 2014 with this design.
Yeah, he always uses his tail, and I just think it'd be so much deadlier if he had like these sharp spines on his tail. But yeah, I really wanted to I wanted to keep that for the tail. I wanted to keep a good length for the tail, but also I wanted to keep that classic Godzilla shape, but I also wanted to like implement some crocodile aspects so it kind of transitions to sort of a fin-ish kind of look, but it also those scutes turn into Thagomizers basically, like kind of combo, so he could easily wake through the water and also kick ass.
Exactly. One thing I will also say that's interesting is go into depth about the color, because it's definitely more of like a brown rather than
the
typical charcoal gray.
So for the color, for Gojira specifically, I made the color brown, just based off of nothing's confirmed with this, but it's rumored that the 54 suit was brown in color. Others say it wasn't, but I always thought, hey, that's kind of cool. So I wanted to make Godzilla like a brown color. When I upload the Godzilla design, I actually intend to make it more blue looking. It'll have that dark charcoal look, but like I said earlier, adding a bit of color just makes it like pop out a bit more instead of just plain gray. So Godzilla will be more blue and will sport different spines than Gojira. Because I just copied the Gojira spine shape because those spines are really cool, and if this design is the original Godzilla, then I just
You gotta influence the original. You
yeah.
gotta have that be what it is.
And also it also really came down to me is like, oh, do I want the awesome 54 spines, or do I want original design or original spines? And I couldn't decide, so I'm like, okay, I'll just have two Godzillas, and one will be the original Godzilla, and the other one will be the Godzilla, I guess, that sports more original spines, which I haven't done yet, but it'll arrive. So.
One thing I also noticed is like right down here with the feet, the claw, instead of like going straight down, kind of curls to the side, similar to like what a lot of lizard claws do.
I actually based that off of sauropods.
Mm.
Because sauropods have these weird. I didn't want to make it completely alien, but they have these. Their feet are weird.
Yeah, sauropods have weird feet when you really look at them.
And I don't care what anyone says. The 2014 stumpy feet were cool, and there was nothing wrong with them. They barely changed in 2019. They just made the toenails longer. There was nothing wrong with them. They looked cool. They worked. It made sense for the design. And I made my Godzilla feet a bit stumpy because I thought it was cool. But I gave it a bit of the length that I think fans will be okay with.
Yeah, they definitely. That's the one thing is that they almost look like pegs on 2014, but with these they kind of curl, and I think these work very well.
Yeah. But yeah, and added the ears and the things, obviously.
Poggers.
But yeah, that's really it. I guess. Yeah, the hardest part with this was simplifying his skin texture, because Godzilla's skin texture is very complex, and
That's something I read into as well.
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Yeah. Just it's always tedious to draw Godzilla's skin, like always.
Yeah, actually, one thing I appreciate about the animated series is how they simplify Godzilla's skin. It's not like the classic tree bark skin, but they simplify it to. It's even that design is still complex for animation, but like, it's cool how they simplified it. I went for more of a, I guess, kind of comic book style. But if I were to like take this in like animation or animatic, I would simplify it even more probably. I guess I can go over kind of my process too. One thing when you're gonna design something, always gather reference first. Reference is very important. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. But what I usually start off with, I started off with a silhouette. Any good design has a clear silhouette. That is just a given. If your silhouette is messy and you can't tell what's happening, you may want to go back and fix it. And I also, when I first sketched this out, the shapes of Godzilla were a bit difficult. I feel like I could have maybe pushed it a bit more. But I sort of have this triangular shape throughout the body, like through his like body to his head. It's kind of sort of triangular with some other details spoken. It's hard to describe. But
one thing I would say is that essentially like triangle here, triangle there, triangle here, triangle. This is the pose gives this more of a triangle look to it, but I would say almost this is more of a hump here. But
the legs,
in a way, how they're posed. So like right like that.
The legs in their construction are very triangular looking. It's a bit hard to see. I'd probably have to draw it, but they are thick. But you really add those like round details to it like afterward. But like for the core like construction, you want to, or at least for me, this isn't for every design. But I went with like triangular shapes, even though it looks round. It's actually why I added the kind of shin spike one, because I thought it kind of looked cool still, but also just because it made the silhouette kind of look sharper, and I didn't want just a round Godzilla. I wanted him to look sharp. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even though he still looks very rounded, but yeah, that's my Godzilla, I guess.
No, it's definitely it takes aspects that are familiar, but it takes them in a direction
Mhm.
that's unique, especially with the coral spines and then the color especially. And then just I would say especially the one design aspect I love the most is definitely the head. Like it just screams classic Godzilla, but it also does things like the eyes, even sort of these little things here give almost a 98-esque look to them, which I
really like that.
And then the tongue is like we don't really see Godzilla's tongue too much, but like even the gums here showing these portions here, I really like. Like it just overall, like when I think to myself, if I wanted to see a new Godzilla design, this head is just like perfect.
Thank you. I would also I should draw this design more. From the front view of this head, I think I wouldn't make it as crazy as maybe some older sketches I've had on my art account, but I kind of wanted the head to also invoke that atomic bomb look that like some concept art.
Yeah, where it kind of bubbles up towards the top and then sort of thins.
Yeah, and I think those scales on his like jaw could really like if that being emphasized could like look like an explosion almost, and even his like
sort of like the rumblings of the lower part of a mushroom cloud.
Even his like jowls, I guess. And I think like from this angle, I think it looks very like 54-esque, which I'm fine with. I think from a front angle, it might look a little wider. And also that newt and salamander influence might be more apparent. But I don't know. I don't want to exaggerate it too much, but I want to like give it a little more originality. But I'll have to draw that again because I haven't drawn it at all. But yeah, I'm fine with any other questions that you guys have or anyone in the chat.
Let me see. I'm gonna quickly because I'm gonna have to close it down just so I can go back to the chat, see if anyone said anything.
I guess if I may say, I really like the coral-like aspects of the dorsal spines. That's something I really wanted to see in a kaiju design or a Godzilla design, like for a long time.
And, it's funny because I've been seeing more people add like the coral kind of spines, and I was like, damn it, like they did it before me.
You right now seeing it must get done.
So like, and it's just like, which I mean, it's fine. It's nothing's original, so it doesn't matter. But it's just it's cool to see other people like want that too, because then I know I'm like, oh well,
I'm doing something right.
People want the coral designs. Actually, for the coral spines, I'm curious. I haven't really thought this out yet. I'm wondering how they would light up. I thought like maybe it'd be cool if like in those little kind of hole sections of the design, if like those parts lit up, and like maybe it like shines through the cracks of like the coral look. But I'm not sure yet. Yeah, coral spines are awesome. Dead coral, please save the earth because it is dying.
It could definitely be also
like a really good metaphor to go into it with the coral aspect.
If you look at it too, I was also thinking like you could have either like even though like coral you think it was very brittle, especially when it's dead, but if the light is so bright, those spines just could either engulfed in it, or as you see the spines light up, you just sort of see like steam or smoke coming out of like the pores within the spine itself.
Actually, in a very early sketch, I actually had like kind of like smoke coming out of. Do you know in King of the Monsters where like in the sacrifice scene, Serizawa's sacrifice, there's a shot where like steam kind of like comes out of his spines, and I always thought that was like really cool looking, and I kind of wanted to incorporate that into the design. Let's see if I can find a sketch and I'll send it to you. Like the very
if you can, just send it via Discord and I can look at it from there.
But that's a thought I had with this design. I just didn't add it to this picture. Oh god, it might not be here. But yeah. But yeah.
Line also quickly asked thoughts on the Treadmaster design for Godzilla. I'd say it's essentially like it's a green muscular Heisei Godzilla. That'd be the best way to describe it, in my opinion.
I need to look at it again.
I like to see an SH figure art of it.
It'd be interesting to see.
Someone had a really I forgot their name on Twitter, but they had like a really they had like this 90s esque Godzilla. That's
the really muscular one in the Zone
I
Fighter
honestly think it looks really cool. Like
I do like it, yeah.
I like that more than the Trendmasters from what I remember of the Trendmasters. I think that it's so stylized, and I think it looks really cool.
There's a picture of a stylized version of the Trendmasters design. I'll send it to you. Here you go, and I'll send a figure version too as well.
Oh yeah, but I would also love to, after my design, I would love to look at others people's designs because I don't want to like bash them because, but
speaking of other people's designs, let me get Defenders on here as well because you have a design as well. So it should be. It's gonna be here. There we go. We'll start with this one first, and then we'll go to the next one.
All right.
Cool.
So, I guess I'll just start out with like some of the things that influenced this design. Like I said before, like I like more slimmer, muscular built Godzillas. That's what I tried to do here with like how his body is, his arms and legs, like something more muscular, like a slim, muscular build. And then particularly with the head, I actually got influence from like a T-Rex and a Goronopsid. I tried to go.
I can really see the Thorapsid, Gorgonops, and Austronsevia look because it has that kind of dip to it too.
Yeah, and like the brows, like I based it off like when I saw the prehistoric planet T-Rex, like its brows sort of look like that, or like its crest, like.
Oh yeah, the I forget what that specific structure is called.
Yeah,
we can call them essentially like eye knobs, essentially eye crests.
Yeah, I wanted to use that to sort of like explain like the classic brows that the Showa one had. I thought that'd be a cool way to incorporate that classic look. I tried to do like a skin detail of like some scales, like rough scales. But again, that's like hard to do sometimes with skin. And then the dorsal plates, I tend to go for a more straight, jagged design. I went more with like a 2014 influence with like I guess more
uniform across the body.
Yeah, sort of uniform, maybe a little bit divergent, but like more so the same. And then the tail is like crocodilian like towards the end. And then the feet, I actually took inspiration from like 2019 Ghidorah's feet, or like his legs too. They're sort of like that slim, muscular build, like Ghidorah 2019.
What's
like
it
I just
called?
really like
With legs. It is the is this claw right here? Is it more like kind of 54ish in the sense where it's a little smaller than these three, or is it more just essentially Monster vs. Ghidorah?
Yeah, kind of like 54, like 54ish. I would say.
I do like that
with a bit more
as well.
Of a digigrade snap.
Let me see if I can get the other one here too. That can do the profile a little bit better too, or you can see how the feet look from this angle. As well as you can also see like the dip in the chest.
I will say it's the feet aren't really that visible on the stream just because the icons are working.
What was that? Sorry, you just kind of cut down.
The feet aren't really visible on the stream because our icons are cutting.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. Let me. There we go. Perfect. Reminds me of the posture there. This is better.
This kind of, this design kind of reminds me of I remember there was when 2014 was like around, there was like these drawings of these green agile Godzillas. It wasn't like G-Fan magazine.
Is it the one that's Delgado
the
one where you? No, not the Delgado source one. The one where it's there's one where the Godzilla he's up horizontally, and then there's another version where he's sort of
he has
vertically.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
Yeah,
I don't know where that came from, but kind of reminds me of that, just a little, but not
it
too
does
much.
give it a kind of a vibe too.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool that maybe this Godzilla could like go in a more horizontal um pose and also a more upright pose. I think that's cool. I also like I really like uh the Gorgonopsid influence in the head. I think that's um
Mhm.
that influence is really cool because those animals are very mammalian and reptile like, and I think
Yeah,
it's a reference. I actually when I was like structuring, I guess, the face of Godzilla, I kind of also looked at cat skulls because
Mhm.
those their teeth kind of like jut out like Godzilla's fangs, and I think the reference of Gorgonopsid is a really good uh, reference for Godzilla.
Yeah, that's
Just
also
'cause-
how I want to incorporate the fangs, and also kind of like crocodilians, because some of their teeth are longer than the others, which kind of resemble fangs,
yeah.
depending on how you look at it. But yeah,
Mhm.
that's where those
Mhm.
two like large fangs come into play.
Yeah, I do like it. I think especially with the head, it works well, and I do like the S shape of the neck where it kind of arches up and then curls down into the body. And I'm more of a sucker for digitigrade legs, even though Godzilla's almost always been plantigrade. So if there's one thing that I'll always prefer, it's digitigrade legs when I can get them.
Yeah, I just for me personally, I think it works for this design. But like that's actually something I forgot to go more in depth about. Digigrade designs, just for the size of Godzilla alone, I just think it doesn't
Hmm.
work for me. Like that is a little nitpick I have with Shin Godzilla. I think it looks fine, but I also just think that it's kind of weird when his tail's dragging and then he has these digigrade legs because I feel like he would like his ankles would break or something. I don't know. It just. But like for more agile designs, I think it works more. It works better with this one.
I also think that another thing is that like if you're gonna do digitigrade legs, you really have to bulk up the legs too.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, although I guess I would probably honestly make the ankles a little beefier or the feet a little beefier, but I still like it more to be more muscular shaped rather
I
than
would
just
say
being
like
beefy.
definitely one thing that would really help is just making the feet bigger and just that one ankle connection. Let me like right
Mhm.
here because if you make this bigger and you make the feet bigger, it then kind of you could have the idea of him just using his feet as good restraints works.
Mhm.
How big is your Godzilla?
Uh, 50-meter range.
Okay,
Is
I
it
was just
yours, Takaiji? Like, isn't it in like the 100 something meter range, or am
yeah.
I,
I
or was I looking at a different person's tweet when you were talking about it?
he's 400 feet.
Okay,
I
that
um
I thought I read it right. I was like,
I I went back
Should
and
we have
forth.
talked about Godzilla's sizes?
We didn't.
we didn't, but I think they can work because we're gonna go into size ranges too with our designs because mine's a different size too entirely from
Nice.
both of yours.
Yeah, mine's okay. So the thing with mine is I really like the 50-meter size, but just I don't know. I just like that size. But I've also always have wanted a Godzilla that fits the like in the American film. They're like, oh, he's over 400 feet tall. I've always wanted a Godzilla that was exactly 400 feet tall, like they said.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but they never do it. Like they have like 390. So it's like, oh my god, just make him 400 feet. Like just do it. You were like so close. Or
And
they'll
then for
Goro.
what's it called? For all of you metric folk, 400 feet would make him 121.92 feet, meters. Or if we're
Yeah,
gonna round down, essentially 122 meters.
yeah. So I was like, screw it. I did a vote just because I wanted to see what people thought. Really, you could look at the design and say whatever size you want. I don't really care what size you interpret the design is, but for me, I guess it's 400 feet just because that I've always wanted to see that.
For me, I
Also,
prefer more 50-meter range kaijus in general.
I agree personally. I honestly, I when I design original kaiju, they're in that scale because I think someone mentioned like it adds like humans can interact with them better.
Humans can interact with them better, but also cities can be more like arenas because like if your monsters are smaller, they can get thrown into buildings or climb through buildings and use them as like terrain more than larger monsters can.
Yeah,
I think people like to see monsters as like essentially appearing over the skyline, but when you think about that, they are massive at that point, and like no human is going to be able to interact with that with any kind of like sincerity to it.
Yeah, I've yeah, I yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know really else to say that. I agree with both because I think for Godzilla, specifically, since his size has kind of changed throughout the years based on like our cities. I think just for Godzilla, making him like taller than our buildings or most of our buildings is it just makes sense.
I think I agree with that too, but I like the idea of seeing like Godzilla inside. Like you don't really see where he is when you're on the ground, but when you finally come in and you see him walk from behind a building, especially on the ground, I think there's just a level of terror involved where I'm like, oh wow, that is actually like super intimidating.
Yeah, I remember when I was in Japan, I there's that one theater with like the clock on it that Godzilla destroys in '54, and I got to visit that in person. And our tour guide said, "This is the building Godzilla destroyed." And when I saw that building, I was like, "Oh my god, that is huge!" And the fact that Godzilla towered over that, and it's the 50-meter range, because like I feel like we can fool ourselves thinking, "Oh, this Godzilla is small." No, 50 meters is huge, and it was terrifying to think how big. Like I had the thought afterward of like to think that Godzillas were bigger than that was horrifying.
It's also horrifying even more if like you see, wow, that's a huge building, and then you think to yourself, there are Godzillas even bigger than that.
Yeah, it's scary. It's really scary. Like you had to like really be that. Like if you were in front of a building that Godzilla has been like destroyed, it really like put a not a pit in my stomach, but I felt that like I can never that scene in '54 I can never look at the same again, and it really I got like a perspective, like a different perspective. I'm like, wow, like that's really scary, and it worked for the time.
Yeah.
On
like
a side
even
note,
what's it called? I was gonna say, like I walk around the John Hancock building in Boston a lot, so like when you get to see him barrel through that, you see how that building crumbles and where it would land based on that location. You really are just like, wow, that is absolutely gigantic.
Yeah, it's scary.
I wonder how close in scale like the Godzilla hotel statue is.
I forget how big that hotel is.
In the game, you can see the Godzilla PS4 game. You can see that they have the building there.
To my chagrin, I do not have the game, so I cannot use that as a comparison, sadly.
Well, I mean,
I have a physical copy of it.
There's videos you can look up.
Probably yeah.
But it's he towers over, or I think he towers over it a bit, a little. Oh my god, I cannot find this sketch of my Godzilla design. I literally cannot find it.
And in the meantime, while you're searching for that, I will show
I don't know where it went.
my design.
I might not be able to find it. Sorry, it's on my art account somewhere.
No problem.
But whatever. This one's the new one is the current look of it.
Yeah. And now with my design, so I have my other like original kaiju next to it. So for a neutral posture, you can see his posture. But when I was just doing the design, I wanted something that was a profile look, but also dynamic. So the heads are also very similar because I just like a more reptilian head, but I wanted to keep the ears. And as for what the head is based on, because he has such large horns above his eyes, people thought it was Carnotaurus was the influence, but it's actually based on the American Museum's Allosaurus skull reconstruction. So for people who don't know, when Allosaurus was discovered during the Bone Wars, they did not have like a complete articulated skeleton. So when looking at the skull, it was the original replicated skull. It's very bulbous, and this is even more distinct in Charles R. Knight's painting of the skull, where it's very much like a lizard, and the front is a lot more bigger towards the front rather than elongated like an Allosaurus skull should be. And it also has a very much a Chad jaw. I also really wanted to keep the fangs, so that's why he has one tooth that's bigger than all the others. And then sort of the mouth shape is really just standard dinosaur. But if there's one thing I will say about 98 that's very I guess avant-garde is the right word, but I very much enjoy it, it's the dewlap. So I wanted to keep the dewlap. And then with the rest of the body, similar to 2014, I wanted to have counter shading on the stomach. So essentially darker above, lighter below, in keeping with him being a marine animal, but also essentially in the middle of the night, if like fighter jets are flying over him from like just a normal aerial view, you're not going to see him in a city, whereas below people would be able to see him a lot more outside of just being close to him. And then when it comes to the spines, I know I usually like to talk about the triangle here, but I wanted something that was a little bit more like a sort of hump, and that's why the spines are very uniform. But they're all big across the board, so very more Heisei in that aspect. And this was essentially so that if Godzilla is fighting another monster, there's less worry for him to snap off parts of the spine, the biggest spine in combat, and they're very more bulky, so that they also can be used as weapons themselves. So if Godzilla really needed to like backdrop on someone, he can use these as weapons, or if he needed to slice something with his spines, they're very robust, almost like the difference between like a rapier and a broadsword, where with a broadsword it's thicker, so it's perfect for stabbing and slicing, but with a rapier it's very, very good for stabbing because of its thin blade. So that was my thought process there for the spines here. The arm is supposed to be like a muscle definition here. So, and it also has just longer arms overall, so this Godzilla is very good at grappling. And then the fingers here have very much they're smaller towards the sides and longer towards the front, but there's a lot of dexterity in the fingers so that he is able to grapple with and then use his jaws, and that's why this Godzilla just has a bigger head in proportion to his body. And with the feet, I love digitigrade feet, although plantigrade feet are nice, and that's why I wanted it to be like this. And although it can't really be shown here, he does have 4 toes, but just the 2 middle toes are the longest, with the ones on the sides being shorter, and then with the toe on the inside being the shortest out of them. And then finally, the tail does flail out here with the spines towards the back being longer, similar to that of a crocodile, and allowing him to paddle more with it and also slap with it as well. And then I didn't really add too much detail. I'm not usually one for adding detail with the skin, but essentially it's very pebbly in the skin texture, so that once you get closer, you can see the individual scales, which would be big normally, but because there's so many of them, if someone was to look at them, they would look almost very like uniform across the board.
You know, this design, it kind of reminds me of there's a concept art for 2014 of like a very Saurian looking Godzilla.
It's is it the one where it's facing forward, the head's kind of tilted, and that one was also an influence too.
I really like that design. I think that design, whenever I look at that design, I'm like, man, I really want just once a very Saurian looking Godzilla. Like I mean, I know we've had it, like 62 could be considered that, but like just a very realistic Saurian Godzilla I really want to see at least once. And I just, this is a really cool design. I sorry, I'm looking closer.
And then also I forgot the eyes are also very reptilian slitted too. Let me get closer too, so you can really see that's more of a slit pupil rather than more of a basic just sort of circle there.
I also think it's cool that it's Godzilla that uses his mouth to fight too, because I always like when Godzilla does that. It's cool.
Well, it's interesting because in Godzilla Raids Again, he does use his mouse a lot. It's once after that with King Kong versus Godzilla, do we not really see Godzilla bite a ton? And it's only like the Heisei series just has him bite, but like very rarely.
Yeah.
And then we see it actually a lot in Godzilla 2000 where he bites Orga a ton.
Yeah, Monsterverse. Don't forget about that.
Monsterverse 2 is another one that does a
The
lot of biting
series.
too.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like the retrosaur aspect of your design.
Yeah, I think it, like I've always, like I said earlier in the stream, I think Godzilla at his core is anachronistic, so therefore being very retrosaur just fits the character.
Yeah. I think I feel like maybe are you fine with critique?
I'm totally fine with critique. Okay, trust me.
I always want to make sure that because anyway, I think maybe I know I said I'd like a story in Godzilla. I feel like maybe maybe the head is a bit too dinosaur-like.
Yeah, no, trust me. If there's one thing that I've been told again and again that I'm always like, I understand you completely, it's that everyone always points to the head just being super, super dinosaur-like.
Yeah, that's what I always like. I see that like critique for like a lot of Saurian-esque Godzilla designs. Even like the one I mentioned earlier, which I really like. Even I think I've drawn even like a more Saurian head, and I've got that same complaint or critique. And I feel like it could be like you can find like maybe a balance between a more like original-ish head and still have those aspects. Just so it doesn't look too Allosaurus, because I think everything else is pretty much like fine. I think it's just like finding that balance. I don't really know how I would do it right now, but I think the crest could really, like the crest on his eyebrows could really help with that. Like if you added a shape that was similar to Allosaurus, but not
like directly riffing it. Yeah, the interesting thing with that too is that if you look at old paleo art, Allosaurus does not have the crest it has in newer art. Like even during Walking with Dinosaur era, that Allosaurus does have a crest, but older Allosaur depictions have a very generic, almost megalosaur-like head. And even then, Megalosaurus has crest on its head too. It's just they're very, very subdued on Megalosaurus, but with Allosaurus, they are very prominent.
Yeah, and this is a me thing. This is me. I guess I think I would have liked to see maybe more of a like a mutated or maybe more armored scales, or I don't know. Like I know it's a very simplified design. So I don't know, or I do like what you said with the spines though, like how the spines work, and I think that justifies them being more even. I think that's actually really neat. I almost imagine like if I were to like almost making the spines more hump-like, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I originally had them more hump-like, but the issue was seeing with the posture how to like get an extra spine like towards the front and towards the back. And then I realized I'm like, I still don't want them to be too hump-like. I still wanted to have a bit of a triangle, but still like that weird middle ground between hump and triangle.
Yeah. I also think it's funny that within all our designs, like we all have this like we want the crocodile like tail.
Well, here's the one thing that's interesting was because I know I didn't tell everyone to bring a second design, but there had been a second design I did have in the works that's still sketched out, and it was this one here.
Oh,
where I went really, really traditional. So plantigrade legs. I wanted to keep the muscular arms though, but then you see the jowls here. The fang is there, and then Ultima like spines on top of the head, and then you can sort of see right here where I outlined it out, where I wanted the triangle to be with the spines here, but then essentially nothing on the tail.
Are the spines of this one based off of 55?
They are based on 55. Yes, I really like the 55 spines, so I was
They're
like,
cool.
I really wanted to bring that back in a way that was nice.
Very unique looking. I actually I'm still working on the spines for my Godzilla design, like the Godzilla one. And what I'm gonna do with that. I actually looked at 55 for a second. I was like, oh, maybe I can do 55. I decided against it, but the spines are really unique. I think you should go for it because they're cool. I just saw that because I was like breaking down the 55 spines and I noticed it.
It is interesting because Henry from It Came From Monster Movie Podcast, thank you for coming on. He is saying use Acrocanthosaurus as a base. Acro was the basis of the design, and because it's more with Acro, it is more of a hump. I essentially drew it as a hump and then drew the spines off of the hump and then erased the hump outline as I inked it in. So Acro was part of the design. So a lot of Carnosaurs and Tetanurans were used in the first design I drew. So yes, Acro actually was part of the design, but is mostly just to get the shape down right.
This design is so cool. I mean, this dinosaur is so cool. I always forget its name though. I love the hump.
Acro is interesting, especially because of the hump. Because if you look at even like Giganotosaurus, I know people are gonna be upset that I said Giganotosaurus is a Giganotosaurus or Gigantosaurus. Gigantosaurus is so stupid. I'm sorry, but
I said that too.
I will take Giganotosaurus and Giganotosaurus. I will not take Gigantosaurus.
Yeah,
no, but. Speaking of Henry the Host, I did ask people to bring in Godzilla designs of their own, and since Henry is here, we're going to start with his design first, and he has a very interesting design. So this is his Godzilla design here.
I saw this one.
Very interesting. So essentially I'll read it off for you. Godzilla has an iconic design that at its core was a hybrid animal of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Stegosaurus, and Iguanodon. In my design, I used the basis that Godzilla is, at the end of the day, a rubber-suited monster. In that sense, I worked with the idea for this legendary monster to be that very thing, incorporating amphibian and whale-like traits to imitate a dinosaur-esque appearance. Replacing the bony dorsal spines, I've given this creature the impression of feathery gill-like structures akin to that of an axolotl.
Nice.
The rubber skin of this Godzilla keeps the energies within and helps direct the design towards its oral cannon. This is a fun design to fiddle around with. And when you look at this too, you see the feather-like structures a lot. And the head is definitely far more rounded, a lot smaller. And instead of the ears, we see a feather-like structure here, a lot of bioluminescence, and then a huge tail. And I would say probably the best example of the the digitigrade legs with being as bulky as they should be, with still very bulky arms, and then along with a little shin crest, shin chest crest.
Props for going all out with the feather look, because like I thought of like when I was like drawing the gills, I thought like, oh, I wonder if I gave them like kind of like feathery gills like amphibians or oceanos. But then I just like I want to go I don't want to go too extreme. It was a thought that crossed my mind, but props for going with that, because I also thought of it like that'd be look cool for the spines though. If someone did that, that'd be dope. But I went with coral. It's cool. It's cool. Like so.
It definitely, like with how the posture is, it definitely gives him very much more of a hump than a triangle look to him. And then of course with the feathery gill structure on the tail too, it flails out the tail even more than like a crocodile like structure does.
Yeah, the tail's very unique.
I really like the head. It reminds me of like a creature from Monster Trucks or like a Gronkle.
I can see that too. I was gonna say it reminds me a little bit of like a wolffish, or not necessarily the Pteranodon from King Kong 05, but a similar like creature to that.
I think the head, personally, I see where it's like going. I just think, I think it kind of looks like Orga to me personally.
It does give an Orga vibe to it too. I would also say too, it very much gives a kind of like a very friendly, like misunderstood
it's kind
vibe
of
to him.
cute. I would but it also reminds me of there's a maquette of like back in Comic-Con 2014 where they of Godzilla. It had more of like a bulkier head.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to look it up, but I feel like it reminds me of that. I feel like if maybe the snout was a bit like longer, I'd like it a bit more.
And also, more feathering structure around here along the arms. I did not notice that at first, but that's also an interesting detail here.
Yeah,
where it's the same sort of arm, elbow, spiky kind of vibe there, but feathers. And also, it's a lot of primary color playing because yellow claws, red, and then blue too.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting colors going on. It's cool. It's very like
The feather mohawk too. I did not notice that either. Was the feather mohawk? Like it's very much an interesting design.
Yeah,
and then also Lily too. It had a very adorable design here. It says, I'm not happy with my monsters unless they crawl out of my deepest, darkest nightmares. I could barely stay in a physical form." And I love like it's such a simplified a little vibe to it, and I love just how the spines look and the eyes. They it's that creepy but cute, adorable vibe to it that I just love.
Reminds me of Invader Zim.
It does give a
It kind of reminds me of a cat, like a cat with its hair stood up. But it looks I really like how like jagged and sharp the spines look. It's very like it's the shapes here are really cool. It's very threatening, but like you said, like very still like kind of cute. It's cool.
It also these spines right here and this one too, it almost gives like a struck by lightning kind of vibe to it as well, especially because it's up towards the sky.
Yeah, it's cool.
And then since obviously I need to share that again because outside of just doing Godzilla designs himself, I also wanted to just talk about the Godzilla archetype. And since I'm going to quickly go over that as well, because we're going to look at both Godzilla designs and non-Godzilla designs that are kind of influenced by Godzilla, what would you say is the Godzilla archetype in the classic sense of the word archetype?
So would it be like if I said like T-Rex with spikes?
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
Oh, symbol. Okay. I mean, I think
boiling down Godzilla without like taking too much of certain design aspects, but there are certain traits that can be transferred over to another creature without it necessarily being Godzilla.
Oh, okay.
People saying atomic dinosaur, upright standing fire breathing radioactive dino.
I'd agree with those comments because you look at other designs, like say like from maybe the Ultra series or just there's tons of kaiju that try to just be Godzilla, but they never reach up to it just because they're like, you can't. Godzilla's been done, and but like Godzilla, what makes the thing that like I think for like people whenever they look at Godzilla, they think, oh, dinosaur, but they also just think like it's funny because once you take those spines away, I remember when I was trying to design my Godzilla, I first designed it without the spines because I was like, oh, I wonder if I can make this look unique without the spines, which I don't think I was entirely successful of. I'm sure someone can do it, but taking away those spines on any Godzilla design, it really does. It really just makes the design look kind of bland. It's kind of funny.
You could say almost kind of naked in a sense.
Naked, yeah. But then like adding those spines are such a distinct feature. That combination between Stegosaurus, Iguanodon, and T-Rex are just it's so simple but so iconic. It's one of the reasons why I think Godzilla is probably one of the best creature designs ever, honestly.
Mhm.
Just because he's simple, yet his skin is like very complex. But like it's just kind of genius.
It's also interesting because Henry brings this up again. So it was a Rhedosaurus, because Godzilla Without Spines is Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. The interesting thing is that outside of Without the Spines, posture too comes into play.
posture.
Because if you think about that, even if you move down, if you put Godzilla on his, like, on all fours, even without the spines, he would still look very different from the Rhedosaurus, where I would say that very much like a spineless four-legged Godzilla would very much be a Rhedosaurus influence, but because that posture is there, there's a
That
sort of
was
You
distinct.
can see that in the Shin Godzilla concept art with the
Yeah.
Godzilla on fours. Like you can
that
tell
was
it's so
actually something
Godzilla.
that I was thinking about designing for this, because I have a design for a quadruped Godzilla that I
Do you
thought
have
about
it?
bringing
If you have
on.
it finished, you can just send it to me in a message, and I can we can show it off just to see what
Yeah.
our takes on it are. And even Torgira from War of the Monsters has it's another creature that's similar to Godzilla. And actually, speaking of which, since let me share the screen here. Yes. So even with obviously maybe using your unfinished sketch to kaiju,
Sorry,
no, it's
Oh.
fine because like, so for people who don't know, because I haven't really talked about this kaiju at all, and you'd seen my sketch of it, but this is as I call it, Giga Tyrannus Rex, or just G Rex for short. I wanted the name to be as generic as possible. So, and when I was designing this, I wanted to have a head similar to the Godzilla head I did design, but Kaiju definitely made it better with the larger horns to give it more of a Carnotaurus-like look to it. And then with the spines, I really wanted to simplify the spines to be more diamond shaped, more Stegosaurus-like, and just overall paint the picture of genericism while also paying homage. And then the arms are longer, and then we see T-Rex fingers instead of Iguanodon like 4 fingers with a thumb. And then I also like putting on defensive aspects of my monsters, so having armor around the upper arms and then the upper legs was a design aspect I wanted to bring. It's just being larger scales to defend joints, and then 2 toes instead of 4 or 5, and then just one in the back so the creature's able to grip the ground, grip prey, but still move away from what is really seen normally in nature. And then finally a similar tail, but instead of like a series of spines going down just one singular row. And
So, sorry,
like
question.
I'm gonna move on to the next one
Okay.
for my other picture that I can show it. But yes, your question.
Oh, I was just wondering. So, like, would the goal of the design to just to be like generic, kind of like or like be like a Godzilla like cop.
I know if you say copy, you're definitely right there. The goal was definitely to copy aspects of Godzilla, but without drawing too close to what is Godzilla. So why do we like the spines? It's because they aren't just Stegosaurus spines. They have a sort of shape to them from a triangle or more of a hump. In this case, it's more of a hump, but it has the definition is more like these are just rows of spines, and they lack that character there. Godzilla's just not a giant T-Rex. That's why he has more fingers. Reduce the fingers, but also make the arms longer. Godzilla doesn't usually have a dewlap, so I included dewlap, more dinosaurian head, less toes, different tail. It's all these things where like you're drawing from similar influences, but you're then, I guess the right word would be dumbing them down to a shape that is familiar and people like, but not one that draws too much influence where it can be, oh, this is quite literally Godzilla. It's, oh, this is a Godzilla ripoff. And then what does this Godzilla ripoff do that's different?
Yeah, I think, because I think if I were to critique any, like, I think, I mean, if that's the goal, like to be like Godzilla, I think it's fine. But I feel like if like you're wanting to go more original, personally, like I think the spines are the biggest thing that like really just like, oh, this is just Godzilla. Like
Yeah,
I think
quite literally that. Yeah, that is the one thing where I'm like, yes, no, I want this to draw as close
okay.
without being outright plagiarism.
Okay, then it works.
Because even if you see with actually, I hope I can bring this up as quickly as I can. There we go. Because if there's one thing that's actually different, I should be able to switch it over to a different slide. Is it showing me moving over to a different set of PowerPoints or no?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Also, did someone have a question for me earlier? I saw like a thing flash on screen.
Let's see.
I feel like we.
No, oh, yeah, to kaiju. If you
Oh.
think this feathery, you should see my flagship monsters, more akin to feathery gills of amphibians. This is not a dinosaur monster. We'll be seeing his kaiju in a little bit. So
Oh, okay, cool.
we'll definitely be seeing that. I just have to
Cool.
move this out. Let me stop there. And then there we go. Okay. There we go. Windows. All right, perfect. So we can see this. So, of course,
Ooh.
Zogra has gone through numerous changes throughout the years, and sort of this was sort of the
updated Zogra hit me up.
The designs that I've had, and finally I had this design here where it had really, really big bucky teeth, and then finally stopping at this one.
I really like this one.
I really like that one. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. And sort of like the thing I decided with the Godzilla spines to differentiate it was instead of having a lot of spines and have more of a triangle, it very much more looks like a sail in that sense.
It definitely looks more original now too.
Exactly, yeah. Because where the G-Rex does essentially run the line of plagiarism to parody, this is definitely taking the archetype and then being more original with it.
Yeah, it's kind of
and
cool.
like even like some other designs I did, like this one was definitely out there. This one is essentially just using 98 spines, but just very cartoony. And then going back, there's others that sort of run the line. Even this one, which is originally just like essentially a dinosaur, really small arms, 3 eyes, and then just spines. And I forget how old I was when I drew that one. That's from years ago. But it was just that like threaded designs where it's just 3 colors, double crest, 3 eyes, all the way now to this.
It's really cool seeing original characters and like original like monsters, like how they evolve throughout the years based on.
Exactly, yeah, because you always see like where someone's kind of gone when it comes to a design.
Yeah, this looks cool. Because I remember the when you sent me like when I did your commission on like.
I think it was this one I sent you, right?
Yeah, that one I think.
Yeah, because this one was during the start of the quarantine. This one's obviously now started numbering designs.
Yeah.
So that one was cool. Exactly. And then I know for reference, I know this one was done during my sophomore year of college, and then these were all done throughout college. This one was done off Kaiju 98's reference that he had done for a design that was done before this one. This one was also influenced by a design Henry had given me at GFest. And then these were all years and years ago. I forget even when those were all designed primarily, but yeah, it's definitely always nice to sort of have an archive of the things that you've drawn over the years.
Yeah, I like how you organize it all. I don't even do that.
I do it it just helps my mind where I'm like, yes, perfect. I can see where I've come and where I can keep going.
I should definitely do that because I have some original characters that like I've been
tweaking throughout the years.
Yeah, that I should keep track of.
But then this right here, this was the design Henry was talking about. Takaji was right here, Tyrannus. And with Tyrannus, I will say I based Tyrannus design on the dinosaur archetype, but my OG apex organism has evolved in design from classic retro story monster movies to what we see now. Tyrannus represents that I wish dinosaurs reviewed to be feathery. Also, Tyrannus' spines have been replaced with feathery spinal arrangements to help with unleashing electrical attacks. Tyrannus does not do a beam. And also, I'm going to be putting this as a link in the description as well as a sort of pinned little drop down link for y'all when the stream gets uploaded fully. And it's that I did go over these designs with Henry. So this design has changed a little bit since then, but we can see here that you're dealing with green, yellow, brown, light blue, dark blue, and then just a lot of feathers, and then a lot of aspects that are just not really Godzilla, because you can see right here more Gamera-like tusks, and then this large spine right here, which is definitely not very Godzilla-like, or even feathery eyebrows, which are not very Godzilla-like.
Yeah, this is very original looking. On this is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Because the definitely still stands upright, but like a design that has feathers is definitely not something you see a lot with giant monster designs, unless they're like based on raptors.
Yeah, this is awesome. I do like the colors. It feels very like the colors feel very like natural looking, like very
they're very naturalistic.
Yeah, kind of like bird, like some parrots
and
stuff. It's really cool. I'm curious what it would look like in silhouette.
In silhouette, I think we did see it in silhouette in the Apex stream I did with Henry, but also design was just a tiny bit different. And I think I can look through while you guys give some more critiques. I think I did do a shot of it. I at least drew some of it in silhouette. I think it's still either it was a story or it was a actual post I did do on Instagram. So I think you'll find that in the meantime.
I think if I were to critique, I don't like giving critique without like pressure, but like if I were to critique like anything, I would say I feel like it could be simplified a little, because honestly the feather spines, like the ridge there, I think that looks like really cool. That like creates a really unique shape. I just think it's really hard with 2D drawings to like getting that sense of detail and like simplifying it. I think maybe where it maybe looks a little busy is near the face. I feel like the face could stand out a bit more. But other than that, I think the overall look is very cool and like unique looking. It looks very ferocious.
Even like right here is how I did the design in profile, essentially, so you can see how that looks a little bit better next to a kaiju I had done. So you can see how that looks in terms of posture.
Yeah, it looks pretty dope. I don't like, it's very like, I feel like if I were to go into it, like it also depends on style. It's just like I would maybe just clean up a little bit, but there's really nothing. There's not a lot I would personally choose, but because I think it looks really cool.
One monster I'd also say it very much draws a similarity to, just because we don't see feathered kaiju a lot, is Geronimon from Ultraman. But then also, it definitely has a lot more aspects of it that it moves out of Toho kaiju territory and more in Ultra kaiju territory, if that makes sense.
Oh, this guy, yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually kind of reminding me of it's from Ultraman. Orb. It's like the first kaiju.
I want to say Demigra, but it's not Demigra.
It's Ultraman. Bird kaiju.
One thing that those two kaiju reminded me of was like the Monster Hunter creature. It's like the T-Rex that like flares up. It's
Anjanath. Definitely Anjanath. That's the one you're thinking of.
Yeah, I was thinking Monster Hunter a bit too.
It definitely does have a It definitely does have very much a Anjanath vibe to it too, like Anjanath mixed with that was not Baroth. Anjanath.
Puke, maybe.
Yes, well, I'd say Puke because of the colors.
Yeah, definitely.
And weirdly enough, for some reason, I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because of the head crest, probably Glavenus too, because Glavenus does have a lot going on with his head.
Monster Hunter has really awesome designs.
Mm-hmm. They're definitely very natural, though. Sometimes they can be a little busy, but
Yeah.
I do like them overall. But since I do know we had brought up this design, and we're going to talk about it now, and that is Vincent's Godzilla designs.
Oh,
because we have this design right here, essentially the Aquatilis design. And let me see. There we go. Yes. Then the Amphibia design.
these designs are so cool.
Finally, the Terrestrius design, which is very interesting. And then finally,
all his Godzilla designs are
essentially
awesome.
the Ultima design. Now, I would say overall, the only thing I would say that brings down the design for me is just this little piece here. However, I think because we can also see this right here too, and it's
So
with
badass.
the spines too, and it's right here. He's going for a Shin vibe, so
Mm-hmm.
we do see energy coming towards the tail like Shin, but also especially right here, it definitely gives a Devil Joe dragon energy vibe to it.
What's the part? Is it the tail tip that you don't like, or is it
The tail tip, because it comes off into like a dual point.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
immediately I think to myself either Shin or Gomez. However, because of this right here, I know it's supposed to be Shin based off of, especially because you can see the energy forming there. I would just say just make it a points and it looks fine. But because it's influencing Shin, I understand it. Whoops, let me click out of that one.
Yeah, I don't really have a complaint. It's just honestly.
No, it's a very good design.
It's
yeah, it's definitely solid. And also you can see little Godzilla spines here as
I really like
spines.
that. That's very cool.
It's a very interesting detail.
I think I've seen it on like some other designs, but like this, it looks really cool here. It's
or
like
even the extra fingers. Yeah, that too. But also, if you look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fingers, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 toes. This is definitely an example where having the extra fingers and toes fits sort of like Shin, but like they don't they don't draw attention to themselves too much.
I didn't know that till now.
Yeah.
I also feel like the digigraded legs work really well here. Like it just fits with the overall body, which is why I don't really like the digigrade legs on most Godzilla designs, because I don't think it like
fits their bodies.
Sometimes.
Yeah. It's also because he's hunched over too, so like he's definitely more lower to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then even like also when we see like the influence, because he's rearing up out of each evolution, where we see with the Terrestrius design where it's essentially like a 98 design, except it's got more trad fins, and then it's also got a little spine tail too.
I like always look at this, guys. It's so cool.
And then his Amphibia design's also very similar in that sense as well, where we see very much amphibious legs, almost magma like in a way, where I think of for that. And then the funny little detail like here on the Aquatilis design is the whiskers.
It's so cool. I wish we I think the references to the other kaiju are cool, but I think this would have been cooler to see, honestly.
Yeah, looking at this, it's like it's nice to see the references to the other kaiju, but like if it had done something like this, I would have been fine with it too, because it would have gone towards a traditional Godzilla, but still taking all these interesting little elements here.
Yeah, also with like the original kaiju look that Godzilla has, it makes me a little sad, because I feel like those designs that they did have without the Godzilla spines, I'm like, that could have been a really cool Titanosaurus, but it's Godzilla.
Yeah, that is one thing I will always say. I'm like, if that was actually Titanosaurus, that would have been cool.
It just like, oh my god, it's so cool. Like, it's just like I'm like, oh my god, but it's Godzilla, but whatever. But yeah, I love this guy's design so much. I could
gush about
the color too. I want to mention the color. It's not just black, gray. Like I mentioned,
it's like I like almost like a sleet kind of color.
Yeah, actually, I think it's kind of similar to what I'm gonna be. What my Godzilla design will be similar to this kind of color. Mine's probably a little darker though, but yeah.
Mhm.
Also, can we go back to the standard Godzilla? Like,
Yeah, let me do that for you.
I want to look at the spines because
There we go.
yeah. So like, it's cool that there's like the spines are, they're not like bone white, but they kind of transition to a lighter color, to separate itself from like the body. I think that's dope. Um, yeah, I could gush about this design for like
Oh,
hours.
please do, because I'm getting some more designs ready in the background. So, you
I mean,
have all-
I don't want to gush about it for hours, but I could, like, looking at all his. Please check him out. These designs are.
yeah, I try not
all
to have what's it called? Any of the things obscured for names. So look
Yeah.
at his designs, gush about them, love them.
One
because
of
they
my
are-
favorites is his Gorosaurus design.
Am I able to bring up his Gorosaurus
His
design?
Gorosaurus design is so cool, and
I think I hope it's in the. It should be in the thread, so I should be able to look it down from here.
I wish I thought of the original element he gave.
I
to
think a lot of his designs work for
And
Monsterverse
it's right
too.
there. Yeah, there it is. Let's go look at that.
I wish I thought of that tail.
Nope, that's the
I would do
Rodan.
that for Gorosaurus.
There it is. Yep. Yeah.
It's so good.
It's interesting because if there's two elements with Gorosaurus that his tail always ends up looking like, it's either looks like a Japanosaurus where it's very nimble and it curls around with a curved spike like Japanosaurus, or I've been seeing essentially like these spines on the tail allowing for the extra balance.
Yeah.
And I think it's because his design influenced people to do it like this. And I think I like it. However, I think everywhere else I've seen it, it's not as good as just this design right here.
It's really awesome because it has an intent, very important design, and a function. Like it's functional. Like I could see like how does Gorosaurus do this kick? Oh, he has like this thing on his tail that like makes
Balance, yeah, it gives like
That's awesome.
essentially balance.
I wish this was an actual Gorosaurus design because it'd be my favorite design.
It probably wouldn't be my favorite design, but it would definitely be the best way to update his look.
Yeah, and
Probably,
also makes him more monster-like. Like instead of just dinosaur.
Yeah, because I think the issue I've always had, I might do a Gorosaurus stream honestly and have people draw up Gorosaurus designs.
I don't know
But-
how I'll keep Gorosaurus design yet, but
I think that out of every Gorosaurus design I've seen, this is probably one of the best ones I've ever seen because it just does it so well.
yeah. Anyways,
What about you, Vic? Anything you want to say on that design right there?
Oh, I really like it. I like the Allosaurus like influence, and I think with a lot of his designs, like I always like I see people saying like how some Toho kaiju wouldn't work in the MonsterVerse, but I feel like his designs, the way he updates them, really work for that universe.
oh, I think any Toho design could work. Well, maybe not Space Godzilla, but I think any Toho.
Well, no, space
design could work.
his Space Godzilla would work for MonsterVerse.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I think I'd agree with you on actually these maybe working for Monster, but I don't know. They just got they all just I'm only hesitant because they all have such a distinct style that I can see them working all together. It's just like plopping one into the Monsterverse. I don't know if it would work, but it could. I don't know because they're very well done.
Yeah, I think
really like his
his
Geiger.
designs. His designs very much work all being next to each other. Like even for example, like his Gigan definitely looks very nice.
Gigan.
Giggling. Or even what's it called? The Space Godzilla he does here is pretty good. It's interesting because his Space Godzilla here has less fingers than his Godzilla design.
I have like a huge gripe with I think this is fine, but like it still kind of has some of the issues that I have with Space Godzilla fan designs.
I really need to do it. It's Gorosaurus and Space Godzilla. Those are two monsters that people have big gripes with it when it comes to fan redesigns. I need to get both of those.
I don't, because this looks very like original. There's stuff I would edit, but like Space Godzilla's, sometimes it's just like, oh, let's just slap these crystals on Godzilla. Like whenever I see like customs of like legendary Space Godzilla, it's always just slapping the crystals on it. It just doesn't. like look right to me. Like I
Mhm.
feel like you can go more alien and weird with
Yeah. Even his
with
Zilla works
Godzilla.
really well too.
This Zilla is so cool.
Like the basilisk spine right here is good.
Oh,
Or like actually giving him marine iguana like crowns right here on the head.
I'm gonna do that for my Zilla eventually. um,
I would say the only issue is that he's a little too bulky.
That's right.
I would say just kind of lean him up a tiny bit, and everything's fine. Overall, I do like his designs.
Yes.
But
awesome.
while there are some other just really just out there designs that I have compiled from a contest done by someone, I'm not going to say who, but these designs are definitely just out there when it comes to looks. So we'll do this one first. So this was submitted for a Godzilla redesign contest.
Oh, you know, it's funny. Sorry, I had
No,
this
go.
on my
Definitely
Instagram.
go.
I had my kaiju Instagram. I had like these redesign contests for like many Toho kaiju. I planned on doing like Godzilla, but I never did it just because people seemed to be disinterested at that point. I was very close to doing a Godzilla redesign, but that's all this reminded me of. But anyways, sorry. This is I get like radical entries like this for like other Toho kaiju, and it's always interesting to see. This is crazy.
Yeah, it like when I saw this, I was like, I think definitely Andreas says it perfectly. It looks like one of the creatures from the documentary Alien Planet.
Ooh.
Oh, kinda, yeah. I think so. When I look at this, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Godzilla, but this is a really cool kaiju design.
It makes
Like,
me
this
think
is
of
awesome.
the Grim from Ruby, with especially with the colors and then the white face.
I love the face. The face is so. It's cool. I like how it's armless too. It's creepy. Like I don't see it as Godzilla personally, but like I think
Yeah, no.
it's a fucking fantastic like original kaiju design.
I would say the only thing I don't like about it is the just the lack of arms, because it makes him look just very like if like people say, oh, Godzilla looks fat, without his arms this design really looks fat.
Yeah, I kind of like forgot about that because I was looking at it more as like an original kaiju. But like if we're looking at
as an original kaiju, it looks nice. It's just
because like
without that.
I'm imagining like as an original kaiju, not Godzilla. Like I'm like, oh, I wonder what defenses this thing has since it doesn't have arms. Like I imagine those spines being like quills or what. Like I don't know, but as a Godzilla, yeah, the lack of the arms are kind of
it's definitely
just doesn't have arms.
Yeah, it's definitely just looking. You're like, huh.
I would say give it some arms and maybe work on the way those dorsal plates go onto the back, and I think it'd be pretty cool. It reminds me of the Dinosaur Revolution T-Rex with the skull.
Yeah,
I really like that one.
I love that T-Rex, even though it's like not really accurate anymore.
Yeah, I've that Rex design always like just struck me as super fantasy like.
It just looks so cool.
Yeah, it's definitely got that very cool vibe to it because of just it being fantasy design. Let me see if it moves over to the next design. Have you seen this next design or no?
Ooh, yeah, I see it.
Okay, so this is Josh's.
I think I've seen this.
Yeah, I did a video on this design where it's definitely another one where I'm like very much like you're really stretching it calling this Godzilla. And I think, yeah, he's a pretty famous paleo artist. So that's probably why you're seeing it. Or you have seen it, I should say.
This is awesome. I think
like very much a cool original kaiju, but definitely not Godzilla for me.
You know what, honestly, I think it could work as Godzilla with some minor tweaks. I think
I would tweak how big the volcano spikes are.
Yeah, same. That's my like big thing. I really like the head. This head looks very like amphibious looking, which is, like I mentioned with my design, is that like I kind of took influence on, but I didn't really.
Reminds me like Japanese giant salamanders.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
it does.
I really want to see a more salamander looking Godzilla, like more so than mine, because mine's just a more traditional looking. Let's be honest. But this, I think this could work if the spines were just a bit larger, honestly. And I don't know how this thing would walk on land if it even could.
It crushes itself under its own weight, so
Okay,
it
then
can't really do anything on land.
well, let's say it could.
Yeah, if it could. It also walks on all fours too, for extra context.
I think you would have to make it upright to make it truly Godzilla.
Exactly, yeah.
But I mean, as like a real, if Godzilla were a real animal, like a real animal, not 2014 real animal, but like a real animal, this is awesome. But minor adjustments, I think, could make this a really original and cool looking Godzilla design.
Yeah, it's definitely a very outdated design. I think it definitely needs a lot of work if it was going to be like a Godzilla, like if it was going to be a Godzilla. But if the thing is that if Godzilla was a real animal, then it's like okay, I guess. But
I honestly just think it needs to be upright, be able to walk, obviously, and have larger spines. And that honestly, like that's that's it. Because I really like the amphibious looking head.
Yeah, the amphibious head. That's like probably like one of the only things I do like about the design is the head.
Speaking of like the amphibious Godzilla direction, there's just one artist that like I don't know if we can like include him on here, but like he does like different Godzilla interpretations, and like maybe if we have time, I can probably send it to you, Zim.
Yeah, if you could just send it to me.
Oh, are you talking about the artist who does like a crocodile Godzilla, a Spinosaurus Godzilla, a frog Godzilla?
Oh yeah. I know exactly who you're talking about. We can look at his probably towards the end, so I can look up his stuff.
Those are really fun to look at. But yeah.
So, sick.
But I could also, like you mentioned, I can totally see this as original.
Yeah. This is the next one right here.
Oh my god! Give me more amphibian Godzilla.
This is another big amphibian Godzilla. I would say this one is closer to Godzilla. But he's just a fat man. He's a big old
I could have gone more original with my design, but I wanted to be more traditional. Whatever. These are awesome because I see these amphibian influences that I had in my reference, and I just didn't utilize enough of it. This is cool.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to look at them. The thing for me is always I see them and I'm like, yeah, this is definitely a designer just going off and just going buck wild with a look.
Yeah. There's this. I feel like this. It's interesting. I think this. This. I could see this as like an original kaiju more so than Godzilla. I more so than the other one personally. But like I think it's just because it's.
I think it's the way the dorsal fins go.
That's it. Yeah.
Because I feel with any Godzilla design, like you'd have to stick with like the 3 rows. Because like,
well, it does
I guess
have
that's
3
the
rows.
point.
It's just
they're like not solid. Like
they're not solid.
Spines.
They're just like little like salamander fins. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like someone. This reminds me. This looks like something you would keep as a pet and name Godzilla, just because of similarities. But this actually looks like a fun amphibious kaiju.
It like literally, if this was a real animal, I could see someone calling it the Godzilla salamander.
I'd want
or the Godzilla newt.
Yeah, I'd want it as a pet, honestly. But it's cool. I just think maybe maybe things could be adjusted to make it look more Godzilla-like. But it's a really cool like amphibious kaiju.
And then this one right here.
Oh
however, it's called the Godzilla Plague. So technically, it's not the Godzilla, but someone submitted it as a Godzilla design.
That's horrifying in a good way.
It is horrifying, yeah.
It reminds me of like The Thing.
Good lord.
The immediate thing I think of is like T-Virus Godzilla.
This is crazy. Oh my god. I you know, I feel like this design could complement a more traditional Godzilla design.
Mhm.
Like,
Well, as
imagine
you can see in the background, there's a Godzilla what's it called? A Godzilla fighting this thing. So it's really less the Godzilla, more like a plague from Godzilla. I think even this contest took years ago, but I think the guy even said this wasn't like the Godzilla, but more like a plague from Godzilla.
oh, so it's kind of like an original monster.
Kind of, yeah. But he submitted it as a Godzilla redesign.
I
So
see it's like an Orga Biolante type, right?
yeah, no, definitely it falls
This
more
is
in
so
line with that.
scary. It kind of reminds me of some ideas people have with Shin, where like, oh my god, a piece breaks off and another one like
Yeah, it keeps just
is
reforming
distributed.
and
But
building.
this
Yeah,
looks like they're like, oh, let's take that concept and make it like it's cool. It's
just
cool.
run with it.
As Godzilla, I don't really see it as Godzilla, but as like something that came off of Godzilla and became its own thing, it works super well. It's
Mhm.
scary.
Exactly.
Well,
And then
I would hate to come across this.
the next one here is this one right here.
Ooh.
Yeah, this one's also something.
Mm.
This is a very cool design.
Like, again, cool design, and I guess like the Godzilla aspects of it is spines, blue, yeah, monster.
I think with this design, it's a bit too original. I guess. I feel like if the blobbiness was kind of reduced a bit, and maybe the spines could look a bit more Godzilla-like. I actually think the beluga-like head could work, but
Yeah, it could work, but
it just for Godzilla, it doesn't, like for this, if he's calling this Godzilla, I feel like it doesn't really fit the bill. But
really just stretches.
it's really creepy and cool
Yeah.
as a kaiju design, though.
Mhm.
You've got a lot of like unique Godzilla designs. That's crazy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome.
then this next one here, Verb Godzilla.
Aw,
Mm.
it's like a penguin.
Yeah, I would say just color wise is just Raven is immediately what I think of.
No, wait, actually, yeah. Now that you mention it, you know what? Honestly, I think the body's actually kind of fine. I think it's
Yeah, the
just,
body's fine. It's just the fact that it's
The
feathers and burp head.
it just. Well, now I want to see like a kaiju that's like a bulky bird thing with no wings.
Like bird on essentially, but
yeah, bird on. Oh my god, bird on. But yeah, I think if this was just, if he had like a more reptile head, this is pretty.
yeah, pretty standard honestly.
Mhm.
Look at the next one here. Can you see this last one or no?
No.
I'm
No?
still on
Okay.
Verb.
You still on Burb? Okay, got you. So I need to cancel out all these other ones. And oh, there it is, yeah. But yeah, out of all the ones you did see, which one was the one where you're like, I really like that's the closest to a Godzilla design that you got?
Well, I guess Bird, and maybe
I would say outside of Burb, because Burb's like the easiest one, I would say.
some of the more salamander ones, I think.
I agree. I would say maybe the more realistic looking Godzilla, personally for me.
Gotcha.
For me personally, like, yeah, I don't know.
Here's the next one right here. You see that one now?
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
I could see this one being a Godzilla.
Yeah.
The only thing is that like no maple leaf spine, but overall,
Yeah, it might be
like,
a little porcupine-y, but like if those were adjusted a bit, I think it could work as a Godzilla.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this one's solid. It's creepy. It's very scary.
Especially with all like the bloody bits too. It's just
It really looks like a nuclear abomination.
it does look like someone dropped a nuke on this man.
It kind of reminds me of that more marine iguana take, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. And let me.
Yeah, if a marine iguana got a nuke dropped on him. Oh, 98 basically. But yeah, that one's cool.
And now these are a few I got off Twitter too. So this is the first one. This one's not finished though, but from what we can see though, we can see that there is going to be more spines. It reminds me a lot, especially with the armor and stuff. It looks like a giant Godzilla imp from Doom, especially because the imps are this exact same color and they have this carapace like armor.
I'm curious about what's the story behind the skin texture.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I don't think they finished this design, but just from the sketch itself, it looks really cool.
It looks interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the skin, but I feel like I'd have to see it finished and also know why it's like that, the context behind it.
Exactly, the way the skin is, it reminds me of a Godzilla concept that I was dabbling with for this stream too, that I had for a while, where it's basically Godzilla made out of nuclear slime.
Yeah, like an oozy kind of blob Godzilla. And for the next one here, I don't think this is actually Godzilla, but I thought it was a cool design nonetheless.
It's a cool design.
But
almost looks like an intelligent Godzilla, like a weird. Someone when I had a space Godzilla.
That's right here.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
When I see this, I am even though the head's nowhere near, I immediately think Xenomorph Godzilla.
Xenomorph Godzilla.
Because it just like biomechanical giant bits out everywhere. The tail especially reminds me of the alien scythe tail, except no pointy bit, just all like the little pieces that come off it.
This is a very impressive sculpture. I do think though that the design is a bit too complex.
Very busy. Very busy.
It's very busy, especially in the spines.
It very much gives off a mutated vibe, but like I look at that and I'm like, that if I saw that like to animate that and someone told me to animate that, I'd be like, no.
Yeah. I like the spines that kind of appear out of the tail. I just think the middle, like everything on the tail I think is fine. I just think it kind of looks coral-like too. It's just
definitely reminds me of like a deep dweller type of creature.
Yeah, anglerfish Godzilla too. Except for the face, obviously looking very standard Godzilla.
It's just very long though. Like the ends, the way it branches off is.
He's a longman.
I also I'm not a huge fan on the face personally.
It just looks
cool.
It looks very plain for the body.
Honestly, I feel like
rather like the face.
I almost
like
feel
the face is good, just not right on this body.
I almost feel like
I can agree with that too.
I would say the spines don't match with the body. I feel like the spines would. I mean, I feel like they could still be trimmed down, but like I feel like the style of the spines could work on a different Godzilla design instead of this one. I personally just don't like the face. I feel like I've seen a lot of Godzilla designs that like have that kind of like face look, and I kind of just don't really like the look of it. That's just me. It's a beautiful structure, but that's just a personal preference for me. It's still very well done. I just personally don't like it.
And here's this next one here. Someone did. I really like this one right here.
Oh, that one's cool.
Very lizard-like, and I like how the energy kind of coils right here in the back to shoot off.
Oh, that's a neat idea.
I think this honestly with 98 style spines it could work because there's that gap in the middle. Or if anything, having the tip of a main spine light up and then it lights up across like down the tail and then towards the head can work with more standard spines. But with this, I do like how this looks.
I think right now this design is. It looks like it could work as like a cool lizard kaiju, but I think what would really help because I think it's like almost there. I think it's almost there. I think it's the spines just need to look sharper. Like I think
Oh
they just
no,
need.
I love the fact that they aren't super sharp because they
Yeah, me
feel more
too.
they feel more bony in that aspect rather than them being bladey. So
Well,
they
maybe
like
maybe
almost
not.
like what would be the best way? Like almost like ankylosaur armor, like almost like an Anguirus in a way.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think that could work. I just think that maybe the texturing of it could solidify that a bit more because I feel like just based on this drawing, it looks a little soft, but um, it looks like a little like I feel like it looks a bit squishy. But if they were to like emphasize that like that it's solid, I think it would work really well. As a gun, this is a cool design.
It is
It
a cool
does remind
design.
me of like the old 98 concept art because the original concept art only had 2 rows of dorsal plates.
Yeah, well, I think this. Well, if we count this, this is one, technically 2,
I like the
3,
tail too.
4. Yeah, the tail's nice as well. Next one is oh yeah. So the guy who did like the super muscular Godzilla
Oh
actually
hell yeah, let's go.
right here.
Oh,
That man, that muscular man.
It's so good.
It definitely has that 90s inspired Godzilla fan comic. Because you
There's
just
a good
look at
image
that,
of it. Wait,
or even this one right here too.
it's
no,
so
that's
nice.
cool.
It's so it works so like honestly like typically like if this was released as something like in like the past like I probably would be like I don't like this.
Even his Gigan too is like it's like that same it. He said it's 90s inspired. Another thing it just reminds me of is Spawn.
Yeah, it's so clearly inspired by like that '90s era that I can't help but love it. Like,
Exactly. It
like,
just
I can't.
It reminds
goes
me
in
of
so
the
hard.
actual comic. Because there's a Japanese manga where the characters are designed like this.
Oh yeah, the Monster Warrior Godzilla.
Picks that go hard.
Yeah, picks that go hard. This is one of them right here.
It just looks badass. I mean, I want a figure of
it. I just don't need a model kit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that design.
It's so good.
I forgot to add it to my bookmarks. I need to add that to my bookmarks. The next one over here is this one. This is a very retrosaur.
One. Oh, April.
This is doing one. I think this is really just one row of spines here, but it does one for both red and blue. I think definitely. I think the red does better for this design, in my opinion.
I actually thought of. I had a similar. I have a bunch of design ideas for Godzilla, but I just made my the like perfect Godzilla in my eyes. But I definitely have played around with like this like what if we made the spines just Stegosaurus looking? And this is really cool to see because I think they got it. They took those influences from the original influences of Godzilla and made it work very well. Like I can see the Iguanodon and the T-Rex. Like I can see it all there. This almost looks like Godzilla before he was like mutated. Like,
I could see this as a Godzillasaurus look for it too. Honestly,
yeah, it looks really cool though. It'd be cool to see this design as like if you dropped a bomb on it and see what it would turn into. Like imagine like if the dorsal plates were then all like gnarly then and like the skin was a bit more like mutated. I think that would look awesome. I think this already looks cool, but
it does look cool, yeah.
But I think it would look cooler if like you got that mutated skin. I think it would be a solid design. Also, keeping that Saurian look too.
Exactly.
Which I love.
There's Mecha Gojira 3K's design. So he has his Godzillasaurus design right here. And finally his Godzillasaurus B design, which then finally becomes his Gojira 54 design, and then transitions into this other one right here, which is Gigantus. essentially these are the two Godzilla designs here, and what this is.
Gigantus and
I like
Okay.
the Gojira.
Yeah, we can focus primarily on this one since this is the Gojira one.
yeah, I like the
you
Gojira one. I think the
definitely
Oh.
see a lot of
It
all the
reminds
spines
me
right
of
here on
a
the shoulder.
creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yes,
That's what
very
I was gonna
much
say.
so.
Remind me of.
I think the Gigantus one gets a bit too humanoid. Yeah.
Definitely because like the head isn't as hunched over,
Mm-hmm.
and you see just more of that neck because he's a lot bulkier here.
But I like this. I like this one. This one's
This
cool.
is a very interesting one, yeah.
I like the gills.
Mm-hmm.
That's unique.
And then these little pieces right here are also nice. And essentially, he's just working with two shades of green, a gray and blue.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess only thing is I like I like how the spines kind of go into the shoulders, kind of like the names kind of losing me. But like that previous design that we looked at
mhm.
a while ago, I think maybe the shape of the center spines could be a bit more I don't know, carved out a bit more.
Yeah. It's also interesting to note how it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 spines all on top of each other, which probably means they're more like fins rather than grailed spines. But I think probably from a straight on look, he'd probably have a very Space Godzilla-y silhouette to him, which is interesting because the Godzilla Source B design is, and even the first one, are very much more Godzilla-y than the Gojira design itself, or even the Gigantus one. I'd also say too, if you look here, the body is very straight on, while with this one, it dips here for the tail, so that can also add to the more human shape on this one.
Yeah, it's also very anatomically
Humanoid.
But then again, you're kind of always gonna get that with Godzilla because
Unless you make them bulky too.
Yeah. But yeah, I really like the Gojira design is very unique and cool. I'm wondering if maybe some things could be a bit toned down to make it look more Godzilla like.
Yeah, no, this one definitely goes off in the territory, which is why I wanted to do all these, because some are like very take the basics to Godzilla, and then I was just kind of go off.
The gills are cool though. I think the
Yeah.
gills, the shape that the gills have could look really cool. And like,
I do like the gills in that one.
I can imagine them like folding out like whenever he's gonna use his atomic breath or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is so cool.
This one right here, it's very much traditional Godzilla, but taken to the lanky, the 98 length, but with still shin length tail.
I wouldn't even say 98. Like I would say just like kind of decrepit.
Yeah,
It reminds me of like dead lizards. That's what
very much dead lizard, but then if you look at his face, it's very mammalian.
Cat-like.
I was gonna say dog-like, like it's got like a massive kind of.
No, y'all are both wrong. You know what it looks like?
What?
It looks like sea lions.
Ooh.
Maybe otters too.
Otters, yeah. There's actually a design. I think I remember when King of the Monsters came out. There was like a design floating around. It was a fan design that
I know exactly which one you're thinking of.
I was like, this is the new Godzilla design when it wasn't. I really like that design, but it reminds me of that kind of, and I really like the sea otter or sea lion kind of like Godzilla's head. It just kind of works.
That takes me back. Did you get the quadruped Godzilla that I sent you, Zim?
Yeah, it's definitely in there. I just need to go back into the messages for it.
The closest Godzilla swim.
Yeah, I'm just curious how big it is, because then you're seeing like how thick that tail is overall, especially in the water. Because look at how massive it is here. Yeah. I think even the tail's thicker than the tail is definitely thicker than his chest is.
Yeah, I would say that's a little off-putting. Maybe a little. I think it could be a little thicker. a
Mhm.
little thicker.
But I think the point is to make them look kind of decrepit. Although I do like the holes in the spines; those are interesting little
Yeah,
details.
I do like that. I think it could be. I don't know. I do like the decrepit look. I just think maybe that like it has a nice shape. I'm
Mhm.
conflicted. I'm conflicted because I think um, putting a little more meat on maybe in the chest area, like
Give that
emphasize
man a sandwich.
to balance it out a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think it looks cool still. Painted very well too.
And this one is another really out there design of a quote unquote realistic Godzilla.
Wow.
Yeah. Very cool as a penguin monster.
Is it like? Wait, is it walking on? Like,
It's on land, yeah. This one is
okay.
on land.
Mm.
It's a cool kaiju. But I'm sorry, I cannot see this as Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
There's no spines whatsoever.
There's no spines. All on all fours.
Yeah,
Not even like the color because it looks like this is more of a yellow.
color of the
This is-
head.
Reminds me of
It's
that
very long.
SCP creature.
Yeah, the very hard to destroy reptile. It definitely does give that kind of
Oh,
vibe.
I don't like that thing because it was a cryptid and then they turned it into an SCP and oh my god. But yeah, it kind of does remind me of that thing a little. But I mean, I think this is a cool kaiju. I mean,
I think if anyone told me like, hey, you're getting this as a Godzilla designer, you're getting 98, I will choose
98. Yeah,
98 in a heartbeat. It's like,
yeah.
you know what?
Aw.
You know,
How about
98 is
make
looking
this-
a lot more.
Make this the monster that Godzilla has to fight.
This would be a very cool monster for Godzilla to fight.
Yeah, I like the jaw. Like I can imagine this thing clamping down on.
Yeah, like essentially like a giant crab claw. Essentially is what I imagine looking at this thing's mouth. But then
Very cool. Just
got this one right here.
Ooh, I remember seeing this one. I thought it was pretty cool.
This if I was to ever see Hayao Miyazaki do like a Godzilla movie, this feels like something he would make. Like
this is
like Godzilla in Nazca Valley of the Wind.
I can tell immediately what they base the colors off of, and
It's
it
a
looks
battleship.
yeah, it looks that is very cool. I really like that. That is I would have never thought of that. That's really original. That's cool.
It's very interesting, yeah. It immediately looks like a series of broken ships all put into a monster. I don't like the head. I would love to see a more gangly reptilian head on it, but the rest is beautiful. I love the posture and stuff. I wouldn't want to see this as like I think with the tail, they made it a little too battleshipy. Like I could really see the influence there, but the rest is like perfect.
It's a bit rough too, near the end of the tail, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I feel like they could have made that as like a wake or something, like kind of how some species of aquatic fish or fish, how they tell like that. Yeah, I think I'd maybe. I think the spines It's hard to tell because it's a bit rough, but
yeah,
I'd change them a bit, but I agree with the head too. I think the head could be adjusted a bit.
yeah, exactly.
But I really like the color.
The color is interesting.
That's so creative. I would love to see that in an actual Godzilla design, like just a disguised ship. It's like, oh, it's a ship, but it's not. Like
You thoughts, or no, even better, you think it's like a series of shipwrecks, and then it's actually Godzilla. Or no, it's like if they did like a GMK where Godzilla's supernatural again, like there's rumors of like a series of destroyed ghost ships that actually are just a monster.
That's so cool.
It's definitely interesting, yeah.
I'd love to see that.
This is another one of Vincent's designs. It's very much more like essentially just 94 Godzilla, yeah.
Oh.
It's very basic. I just wanted to show it off because I like it. It's very basic. I just like the color choices, and this is just him kind of just going a little bit more standard with his looks.
It's fun.
It's fun, yeah.
I guess the only thing like for me is like that I wish there was a bit more texture to him. But
Mhm.
like because I've seen his art and how textured he can get. Miniature, yes, that's funny.
Yeah, I feel like it right here.
It's cool though.
It's very rough, but it's a nice, fun little design. Next one here.
I like the head. I like what like the kind of salamander wide head that some people these designs have. I think it's I can it looks cool when it's open. Its mouth is open and looks like I think the atomic breath would look cool with that kind of mouth design. All right, this is very Godzilla.
Yeah, very, very mammalian. Like it looks fluffy, but as he says right here, these are actually like scales made out of hardened fur, so still furry, just hard Godzilla.
So it's like
Pangolinzilla.
yeah, is it carrot? What is it keratin? Is that what it's? Or is that
Well,
something else?
it's hair. It's hardened hair, but yeah, it is keratin.
Okay. Yeah, I would look at more reference of pangolins if you're going for that look because
I don't think he's going for that, but I think that like the sentiment of like what the fur has become is similar, and also you can see that the sketch is still very rough.
yeah. Yeah. This is a bit too mammalian for me.
Especially up in the face area.
Yeah.
The body could work. It's just the face that always gets me with this one.
I don't really like the dorsal plates too much.
I don't like the ones on his shoulder kind of. I think that's the only one that really bothers me.
Yeah, the rest are fine. It's definitely that shoulder one.
That one just has like such a triangular shape when compared to
the other ones, which are more humpy.
The claws could be cool though for Godzilla.
It's also interesting because like the arms, like where the shoulder is so far forward. So I think that also just makes the that one weird shoulder spine just kind of feel very out of place.
Yeah. Yeah, a little too mammal for me, but
definitely, yeah. And
he's also small. He's also very small.
Yeah. It is this one right here.
Oh, this one looks bad.
I like that one.
I like that one.
Yeah, so with this one, there's no muscle in the tail. He can do this right here. I like if there's one thing I very much love about this, it's the color. The color is very
interesting. Colors are beautiful, and also I like the head.
The head is very nice too.
You know what? This I think this. Remember if you remember that kind of bloated, like kind of blobby design earlier. I think this is a good example of that. Done a bit more, looking more like Godzilla. I think
exactly. Yeah.
Also gives me Shin Godzilla concept vibes.
Indeed, yeah.
It's kind of funny how he puffs up like a balloon, but I really like the head.
The head is very much the thing I like. I also like the spines too, and the radioactive center, similar to Biollante, I do like too.
Yeah. Besides, why do I always Vincent's designs? This one's my favorite so far. I think.
That's your favorite so far?
This is my favorite so far. I really like this one.
Out of also for Vic, which one would you say is your favorite out of the ones we've seen?
Probably the last one, and then
the last one too.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. Let me bring up the quadruped design that you had made as well.
It's very shapely too. That design. There's a very clear shape for that Godzilla.
Yeah, so essentially, what was the process you were going for with these designs right here? Because you had him on all fours here, and then also on this one. I think this one's probably a better shot of it.
Yeah, well, one of my design processes was like, I guess just trying to go in a different direction. I wanted to be influenced by like mostly crocodilians, but also for the head, I took inspiration from leopard seals, actually.
Yeah.
Because I thought leopard seals had like a good shape that would work for a Godzilla. That I'd really want to see for a Godzilla.
they have like a really leopard seals have a very like almost not reptile. It's like sort of reptilian. It's like a dinosaur head almost, but it's not. So that's cool. Um, they just have a very like smooth looking face compared to other seals, and it's interesting. But yeah, I think that would look cool in Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think the idea of a four-legged Godzilla can only really work if it's a form of Godzilla, personally.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
And I'll say that with like every design. Like I think, like for distance, I think it works because it's a form, and it's eventually going to become the Godzilla. I just like four-legged Godzilla, just yeah, but still great drawing, great drawing.
Thanks.
And I know there's one other person who also had a monster design that he wanted to show off for his design process here, and we can end off the night. So we shared it. Window. Bada bing, bada boom. So Crocodile wanted to show off his grid on design, and wow, that just got super pixelated. There we go.
Oh.
Because essentially, just radioactive upright standing dinosaur that shoots fire, and as you can see, what his design influences here, where it's very much like Gomorrah influenced, but it also just takes that shape. I think the other interesting thing with this design is that because there's no definition in the chest, it very much has a more upright lizard look to it, rather than Godzilla, where there is a little bit more of a hump to the chest. And I do like it, because I always do like designs that are like this, where they're more lizard-like.
I like it. It's simple, but
it's simple and it fits perfectly.
Yeah,
I'd have it as a pet too. It's I can somewhat see the Gamora, like if you put the horns on, you can like, or the crest, you can maybe call it Gamora, but it's cool. I don't know. I imagine this kaiju just kind of like not slithering around the city, but kind of like waking, like kind of like it has like a very kind of slender body, so I can imagine like moving side to side as it walks throughout like the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just a cool image, and because it's so simple, it can just kind of like ease through the buildings. Yeah.
You know, it's definitely a very interesting design, and just one of those designs that's very simple, but also just fits very well.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah.
But overall, it's nice when you see just all the different. Actually, well, real quick, since Brandon did ask, since he does fit the archetype, I will bring up the Elasmogega design as well, because I'm not sure if everyone here has seen the design, and it does definitely, without a doubt, fits within the archetype too. Where is it? It's just gonna take me.
Definitely should. I know you're probably gonna do this already. Zim, link all the artists for like.
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely that's gonna be trial in trial and a half. The one good thing is that I'm definitely gonna try to get as many people as I can for the links. However, I also made sure that I didn't cover up any names, so that's easy for anyone to find these artists. So just when you see their picture, look in the video. Although for the Godzilla designs that I pulled from a file, however, I do not remember all the artists that they were attached to. So I may be able to find them if I dig deep enough, but
yeah,
that may be one thing I won't be able to do, sadly. But we'll end off the night with some good old Elasmogega, because I can share this one right here. And I'll just share the
I hope we get another Godzilla design soon. Like from Toho.
Right here.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's a cool kaiju.
Yeah,
That's
I
cool.
think the one thing I always liked about the design was definitely always the head and
Yeah, that's
the
cool.
fins, especially like the back fin, and then the
Yeah.
Leopardon skin tone is definitely something we don't see a lot anymore, especially because I think people always influence it or like see that skin color and always think Leopardon.
I like skinny kaiju. I think it's these things look like they could fight very ferociously.
Mm-hmm.
This thing it looks very sleek. I like it.
Exactly, yeah. It does not have a wide chest, and it just sort of fits with him having that very limber frame to him.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing would kick some kaiju's ass just because it looks like it'd be fast.
Mm-hmm. I also do like the oh, I zoomed in way too much there. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Let me go up. There we go. I like the eye color too, especially with the eye detail.
Mm.
That's just something that's perfect there. Let me see if I can, because these were some of the older designs too, and it's super distorted there. Let me see if I can get. What about this one? Will this one work? This one right here, because this is what the design kind of looked like originally, where the head was a little bit more broader, and the tail wasn't as spiny, and you can see he's a little bit more bulkier. But the other newer designs definitely slimmed down a lot more.
Yeah, the final design is definitely or the newer design is definitely better. There's a lot more shape in the newer design compared to this one. The shapes it kind of looks a bit um lost in the shape language of the design. Like it's like, oh, what am I using, this shape or this shape? But the other one feels very solid in its shape. It looks very like the head shape in and of itself, and the tail is like very triangular.
And also, this one's super small too. Although it's super pixelated here, you do see that like the arms are a little bit more flippery, and then the tail doesn't have the same fin, but the head's what started to evolve from that design to later this design right here.
I do like the tail a little more here. Just because I'm into slimmer tails with a point.
I like tails with a point, but I think for this one, especially with the sea marine reptile influence, it fits more here. Because even with this design here, which again, I'm not sure why all the pictures are coming in very small and pixelated, but even here the head was a lot bigger, arms were more flippery, and the tail was a lot more leaner. It was
I do like the
that.
flipper. I like the flipper arms though.
The flipper, I can flip flop between those between those two looks, but I would say the final design is just the one I like the most overall.
I think if I were to personally edit it, I'd keep the final design, but then add the flippers, and then maybe keep the claw length on the flippers. But that's just me. But because I just think it looks a bit more unique that way. But yeah.
Yeah, no, truly. But I just realized we are at we're almost at 4 hours, but we've been going at this for 3 hours, and I want to thank you two gentlemen for sticking it out with me so as long as we have and giving our thoughts about these designs. I wish we had more people, but hopefully one time I can organize this more so we can have a even bigger round table of people bouncing these ideas off of.
Oh yeah, I would love to do this again. It's fun talking about. I love talking about designs and stuff.
Exactly. One thing I might
bring more. I was just gonna say maybe I can bring other kaiju.
No, definitely. What I might do is I might just do more streams of these just based on like official designs, and then probably if I can and I can get this going as more of a constant thing, every stream someone just comes in with a new fan-made design of their own, and just everyone just kind of round robins it.
I wouldn't even mind looking at like original kaiju design, because I always love looking at original kaiju too, like not just Godzilla. Like
no, totally. I'm definitely considering doing more of these streams like this, but just with original designs and just have people submit stuff.
Yeah.
I hope I can bring on my design.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I think both guests and then people who just don't want to join the stream themselves can very much join in and submit some stuffs.
Mhm.
But again, I need to thank you as well as all you guests for coming on and putting up with us for as long as you have. But to sign us all out, since I brought on Kaiju first, we'll let Vic close us off. Vic, where can we find you, my good man?
All right, you can find me on Twitter as G98 Appreciator. There, I just go into like some appreciation for the '98 film, behind the scenes, quick facts, and sometimes rarely seen or never before seen images. And that's just about it.
And Kaiju, where can we find you, my man?
All right, you can find me on Twitter at Takaiju Art. I rant and make art there. um, and on Instagram, you can also find me at Takaiju Art. Um, and on TikTok, though I don't have a lot of videos, you can find me as uh, Takaiju.
Indeed. And real quickly before I end myself off, because Andre sent me to this kind of late. I forgot. I did not even realize he had sent it to me. I apologize for this. One last design we'll look at before we call it a night, and it's this very mammalian looking design right here.
Whoa.
Mm.
Is there another angle of it?
This was the only pic he did send me. Was
Reminds
this
me
one
of
right
like a
here.
bear, Bigfoot
Like
type
a
thing.
picture of a bear, a monkey, and then Godzilla's head.
It's kind of cool. I wish I could see it from a different angle. Because I feel like I can't judge it as a whole because it's like a sculpture. But like from what I'm seeing, I think it looks really cool. I like the head.
The head's nice. It definitely the rest of the body I'm looking at. I'm like, huh.
I like the
Those
I like
feet,
the feet.
bro.
I like the feet.
Those are monkey feet.
Those are monkey
Is
feet.
this supposed to be finished? Because like I feel like
I think this was just a preview sculpt.
I feel like those feet aren't exactly done yet, personally. If it's not finished, I think because it seems like there's more detail in the hands than the feet when you're looking at it. I feel like those need to be. I feel like it's not finished, so I feel like I can't like judge those. But I like the shape of them, I guess.
Yeah.
I would have to see this from a different angle to like fully judge it, but I think it's cool, even though it's very humanoid like.
Godzilla returned to monkey in this picture.
Monkey.
This, as I think Andreas is saying in chat, this might have been a prototype since it's all grayed out for events.
Mm.
But if more of these surface, I would be more than happy to show these off again for another stream.
It'd be really fun if Toho could just announce another Godzilla project, so we can talk about
design language in that one, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm kind of itching for a new official Godzilla, even though I know we have like 3 kind of right now, or we got like the anime, which is still going, Legendary, which I mean, I hope they don't change the design because
I don't think so.
I don't want any more Legendary figures.
To be honestly, the only thing I think I could ever see changing with the design is him getting a bigger head, because that was something they discussed a lot, was giving him a larger head.
Yeah.
Did we ever find out if the Call of Duty got a bigger head? I think we talked about it.
We did talk about it, but no, it did not have a bigger head from what I gathered.
Maybe we'll get something from Toho because they're working on a kaiju movie, but they're not saying if it's an original or if it's Godzilla.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh wait, you know what?
What?
We did get There's not much to talk about with the design. We did get another Godzilla design recently.
Oh wait,
yeah, what, the virtual game one?
The hotel. I hate
no, I'm not. It's essentially a Heisei design, so that I knew exactly what you're talking about when you said it. It's not. It's essentially Heisei design. If
Heisei with like, what was it?
Heisei but worse.
It's just a very low quality Heisei design.
I've seen some people call it Ride Godzilla generic, but
no, that one is very much like a very generic design.
Yeah. Maybe we'll come out with something later. But yeah.
Yeah. But as always, again, for me, you can find me here at Zimzilla99. Of course, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, and DeviantArts for all that good kaiju design juiciness. I want to thank my guest, of course, again for coming on, and I want you all to stay tuned because I will be coming out with a kaiju review very soon on someone's monster, and hopefully I can get these to be a more common thing and just have more people bring their designs on in the future. As
I'm
always,
waiting for
guys,
those.
I'm Zimzilla, and I'll see you all next time. You have a good night, guys.
Bye.